morning, High Commissioner of Cyprus in the UK, Permanent Secretary of the Minister of Labour and Social Insurance of the Republic of Cyprus, to all our distinguished speakers and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the GBCY Business Orientation 2024. More than 20 speakers and panellists will take to the podium today to discuss the current economy in Cyprus and the UK and share investment opportunities in both countries to continue strengthening and expanding UK-Cyprus business relations. It is my great pleasure to welcome the man who has brought us all here today, Savas Kyriakidis, founder and president of the Great Britain-Cyprus Business Association, to officially open today's event.
Dear High Commissioner, dear Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Labour and Social Insurance, dear Director General of the Federation of Employers and Industrialists Federation, dear Deputy Director of Invest Cyprus, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the GBCY Business Orientation Cyprus 2024. It is my pleasure to warmly welcome the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Labour and Social Insurance for joining us today as our keynote speaker on behalf of the Minister of Labour and Social Insurance of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Yannis Panayiotou, who had to cancel his flight to London due to unforeseeable circumstances. However, I want to thank the Minister for accepting our invitation to be the main speaker today. Mr. Panayiotou, your presence here reinforces our shared commitment to promoting Cyprus in the United Kingdom and highlights the Cyprus government's dedication to strengthening business relationships with the UK. In November 2017, we embarked on an ambitious journey to establish an international business conference in London. Our goal was to present Cyprus as an outstanding destination for investment, relocation, and residence, and to highlight London as a leading global business and financial center. Since then, this international business conference has grown and flourished, marking its 8th consecutive year running alongside our annual event in Cyprus. These events are hosted by the Great Britain-Cyprus Business Association, established in 2020, which has seen tremendous growth and now includes over 230 members, mainly from Cyprus and the UK. To our valued members, we extend our deepest gratitude for your trust, collaboration, and unwavering support. A special thank you goes to our esteemed speakers from Cyprus, the UK, and beyond, who have joined us to discuss the latest developments in business and investment opportunities. We look forward to your insights on the challenges and barriers we face, as well as the potential for future growth. Our sincerest thanks also go to our associate sponsors, Spector, Costa & Williams, and Quantuma, for their invaluable support. We are deeply grateful to our gold sponsors, Ernst & Young Cyprus, Michael Kyprianou & Co. LLC, A. Nicolau Law Firm, Gikus Dalis LLC, Wise Wolves Group, Xenatus Global, Urban Chic, The Property Gallery, Edge Property Group, Lefteris Livadiotis & Sons Developers, and Delphi Alliance. We also thank our silver sponsors, Papadimitriou and Partners, AS, Adler and Shine, Maso Strategic, and IAS Accounting Services. Without the support of all our sponsors, this event would not have been possible. Lastly, to each of you, our valued delegates, thank you for attending. We hope this conference will be an enriching experience for you, providing valuable insights from our speakers and the opportunity to engage in meaningful discussions with fellow attendees. We encourage you to make the most of the breaks for networking, especially following the speeches and panel presentations during our business networking lunch. Thank you and enjoy the event.
It is now time to warmly welcome to the podium the High Commissioner of Cyprus in the UK, Mr. Kyriakos Kouros.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to London. I will adopt the protocol so that I don't need to repeat the people who represent here this conference, this meeting, and I will go directly to my speech. It gives me great pleasure to be with you this morning, especially as this is the first time since my appointment as High Commissioner that I have the opportunity to attend and offer a few introductory remarks at the Business Orientation Cyprus event in London. I would like to thank the organizers for kindly inviting me to be with you, especially Savas Kyriakidis. Allow me to begin by welcoming the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Labour and Social Insurance, Mr. Hadjipanagiotou. His attendance on behalf of his minister is, I believe, a reaffirmation of the commitment of the Cyprus government to the continuous strengthening and broadening of UK-Cyprus economic and business relations. I would also like to thank the other distinguished speakers and panelists for their participation and presenting their views today on Cyprus' role in the modern economy, not only as a long-standing business partner to the United Kingdom, but also as a significant contributor to regional cooperation and security, and as an excellent conduit for international business development. Dear friends, following a 4-year period of anticipation around Brexit, the world experienced a 2-year unprecedented pandemic, which caused an upheaval on people's health and global economy. Today, we all follow with great concern the developments that unfold in front of us with the ongoing war in Ukraine and the most recent conflict in the Middle East, and of course, the enormous repercussions in humanitarian as well as economic terms. Cyprus, on the other hand, although a small country, is recognized as a purveyor of stability and carries strategic importance for Europe and the rest continent surrounding it, as it has shown the important role it can play in the region. This started as a result of the trilateral cooperation format which Cyprus initiated a few years back, involving countries of our immediate neighborhood and further afield. Of course, the events of October 7 has put a halt on that, but it will be only temporarily. We already know that we have a new government in the United States, and we already know how they tend to address these issues. And this is the reason why close cooperation and partnerships between countries are so important nowadays. Cyprus and the United Kingdom have had long-standing commercial ties spanning decades. The importance of the dual-headed position of Cyprus as a member of the European Union, but also of the Commonwealth, is, I believe, a catalyst for strengthening and expanding our existing close cooperation. The two countries, the Republic of Cyprus and the United Kingdom, have been engaged in a number of joint initiatives, with most recent the Memorandum of Understanding on establishing a strategic cooperation, which was signed at the end of 2022, that seeks to create synergies through a more structured joint action in numerous fields, such as regional policy, security, economy, and climate change, and in which education, research and development are of imperative importance. The next meeting at the highest level between the two countries will take place in December. I'm confident that the speakers will showcase Cyprus' solid growth path and its status today as one of the fastest growing Eurozone economies, with strong fiscal performance and new large-scale projects in the pipeline. In this endeavor, our diplomatic mission in London, the High Commission, myself and the staff, remain at everyone's disposal to facilitate the establishment of new cooperation and propel the further development of existing business links, as well as assisting with any consular or other matters. I remind those who may know and those who may might not know, the location of the High Commission is in downtown London, in a very focal place, and we are at your disposal if you need to use the premises, following some communication and with us, so that we can provide you roof for your endeavors in this country. Concluding, I would be remiss if I did not thank again the organizers, Great Britain-Cyprus Business Association, and the contributors in making this event possible, which I'm sure will open vistas to new and mutually beneficial cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, High Commissioner. It is now time to warmly welcome our keynote speaker, the Permanent Secretary of the Minister of Labour and Social Insurance of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Kostas Hadjipanayiotou, to share the Minister's speech on his behalf. Thank you very much.
Good morning to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guest, High Commissioner, it is with great pleasure that I join you today for the Business Orientation Cyprus 2024, an international business conference that promotes Cyprus as the ideal place for investment, relocation, and/or a place to live. I would like to extend my warm congratulations to the Great Britain-Cyprus Business Association for their long-lasting commitment to facilitating investors who seek opportunities in Cyprus, and to the President, Mr. Savas Kyriakidis, for his kind invitation to me to address this event as the main speaker. I would also like to thank all of you, the attendees, the potential investors, for your continuous trust in our country's potential and for contributing to growth. The Cyprus government considers you as partners in our joint mission to create opportunities, foster innovation, and drive sustainable growth that benefits all citizens of the island. Over the last few years, our country has embarked on a transformative journey, a journey marked by challenges, but also remarkable opportunities. Our target is clear: a thriving and resilient economy characterized by high competitiveness, ease of doing business, and sustainability. An economy that is adaptable to the continuous changes demanded by the very complex global economic and climate system. Our economy policy is anchored on the following core pillars: to ensure a stable macroeconomic environment, which is the foundation of a successful economy, we adhere to a responsible fiscal policy. This is the first pillar of our policy. At the same time, we focus on enhancing the conditions for a stable financial sector. This is the second pillar of our policy. An important step in that direction was the bolstering of the foreclosure framework in December 2023, after years of discussion in the Parliament, enabling banks to reduce non-performing loans and attract new capital. Thus, through a prudent fiscal approach and supported by a robust financial system, we foster a resilient and dynamic macroeconomic environment that can support microeconomic activity. And this brings me to the third pillar of our policy, which is the continuous implementation of structural reforms. Our priorities are in line with long-term strategy Vision 2035, focused on the green sectors, on the green and digital transition of the country, as well as on the established new sectors that hold prospects to support strong and diversified economic activity on the island. In this framework, our government focuses on key reforms and policies that enhance the competitiveness of the economy. To name but a few, the revision of the tax system, which will reduce the administrative burden for taxpayers and businesses and ensure fairer taxation. The recent adoption of a new spatial policy for renewable energy sources, which together with the one-stop shop for energy projects, will simplify the relevant licenses through an integrated digital platform. And the launch of strategic projects law through which licensing will be streamlined. Additionally, a clear indicator of our economic strength was the successful issuance of a 1 billion 7-year bond in international markets. This bond achieved a favorable interest rate, reflecting strong investor confidence in Cyprus' economy trajectory. While we focus on measures and policies that bolster our competitiveness, we recognize that maintaining continuous direct communication with foreign investors on the island at the highest level is very crucial. This communication allows us to tailor and put forward policies that are not only impactful but also aligned with market needs and realities. As we reflect on the comprehensive approach we follow to boost Cyprus' competitiveness internally through responsible economic policies, ambitious reforms, and an open dialogue with investors, growth is fundamentally linked to our global standing. It is our firm belief that robust foreign policy complements and amplifies our internal efforts, ensuring that our country not only thrives domestically but also demonstrates leadership and brings a positive impact on the wider region and globally. In addition, we have been further deepening our partnership with the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, UK, and the USA on a range of issues, including security. While we have been actively exploring opportunities for investment cooperation with the Gulf countries and aiming to focus in the near future more on the Indian market. As regards our ministry, the Ministry of Labour and Social Insurance, we invest in incentives and support of foreign firms moving to Cyprus, attractive salaries and employment opportunities and rights for employees, equal opportunities for men and women, and no racial and other kind of discrimination. Regarding the employment opportunities in Cyprus, the number of additional labor market needs was set at 12,000 for 2024. The response to the staffing needs of the labor market is planned to take place both through the utilization of the potential of the available domestic human resources and through the targeted utilization of employees from abroad. Regarding the foreign personnel and the implementation of the strategy for the employment of third country nationals, we estimate that the needs within the framework of the ministry's procedures will amount to approximately 4,000 to 6,000 new work permits for third country nationals, while the remaining positions are expected to be filled by the absorption of 3,000 to 3,500 unemployed. It is estimated that the unemployment rate will fall from 6.4% in 2023 to 5.2% this year. Also, the Ministry of Labour aims to meet the staffing needs of the labor market by further utilization who are third country nationals and study in universities in Cyprus, both during and after the completion of their studies. The extension of their presence in Cyprus and expansion of the professions in which they can work. It is obvious that people and firms are no longer moving to Cyprus because of the traditional reasons of the sunshine and the remarkable lifestyle, but also for the following reasons. Cyprus is a member of the European Union. There is a well-educated, highly skilled, multilingual workforce. Revised immigration and relocation policy for non-EU tech professionals. Geostrategic location, Europe, Asia, Middle East, Africa. Attractive corporate and income tax regime with attractive incentives. Favorable IP regime as low as 2.5%, and regularly framework aligned with the European Union and much more. Also, they also moved to Cyprus to reduce the tax exposure on their income. You can also take advantage of the several relocation benefits, such as control of tax exposure of your income, either as a company or as an individual, under your employment in Cyprus. Operate worldwide and deliver your services or product from under a secure EU, European Union legislation. Reduce the labor and operational cost of your company. Operate in a cost-effective business region. Make yourself a Cyprus tax resident and minimize your tax exposure on your worldwide income. Next. Relocation of a company in Cyprus with employment of third country highly skilled national is also possible. Relocation either, just a moment please. Cyprus registered company whose majority shareholding belongs to TCN, third country nationals, ultimate beneficial owners, or which is a listed company, is considered an entity of foreign interest and can employ TCN's. The next. Regarding the number of employers allowed, up to 70% of the total number of the company's employees can be third countries nationals over a period of 5 years. Companies wishing to enjoy nationals from third countries fall under the criteria of companies of foreign interest as defined below. In case of eligibility, these companies will be registered in the above-mentioned register, which will be notified to the Civil Registry and Migration Department. Eligible companies to obtain permit to employ TCN are innovative high-tech companies, merchant shipping companies, pharmaceutical companies, and biogenetics and biotechnology. Highly skilled third country nationals can relocate to Cyprus under employment provided that the minimum gross monthly salary is at least €2,500. The employee has a university diploma or equivalent qualification or relevant experience in a similar position of at least 2 years duration. Employment also contract is not less than 2 years in duration. Finally, third country nationals relocating to Cyprus can enjoy several employment benefits. For example, family members of third countries' nationals employees can relocate to Cyprus under family reunification scheme. Spouses whose financial supporter has obtained a residence and work permit have immediate and free access to the labor market and can look for employment. Ability to apply for long-term residence status. Social insurance contributions paid in Cyprus can be transferred to the country of origin when the individual decides to return to permanent residence in his or her country. Temporary work and residence permits can be issued with a validity of up to 3 years and can be renewed upon expiration. Time frame issuance within 1 month is trying and is being achieved nowadays, and tax exemption of 50% of new taxpayers' employees with remuneration of 50% of more than €55,000. Ladies and gentlemen, for all these reasons mentioned above, it is clear that Cyprus is considered as an attractive destination for investment, relocation, and a place to move, live, and work. The government is strongly committed to enhancing Cyprus' international image. Next month, for this reason, next month is planned launching a rebranding campaign to showcase strengths as an investment destination and a trusted global partner. Thank you all of you for your attention and continued trust, partnership, and investment in Cyprus, and wish you a very successful meeting.
Thank you to our keynote speaker, the Permanent Secretary of the Minister of Labour and Social Insurance of the Republic of Cyprus. Now, investing in Cyprus, a subject of great interest. Leah Riris, Deputy Director General of Invest Cyprus, will tell us more.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us. Savamu, congratulations on the event. It's always a pleasure to attend your event. High Commissioner, distinguished guests, thank you for having me today. The relations between our two countries are indeed based on strong business, cultural and social ties. We enjoy bilateral investments with the UK, being a prominent import and export market for Cyprus. For Invest Cyprus, but for the government in general, the UK is a priority destination, both in terms of geographic importance, geostrategic importance, but also in terms of investor relations. We organise and attend various events in the UK repeatedly over the years, spanning across various sectors such as the ICT, education, financial services, and recently regulated entities where we believe various opportunities do exist. The past years, Cyprus has managed to outperform expectations and is enjoying a healthy economy. This is recorded from various indices showing Cyprus' success path. In particular, we can see on the slide, Cyprus is ranked 27th in the 2024 Global Innovation Index, 4th in Emerging Europe, and 11th of the Greenfield FDI Performance Index of 2023, 10th in the European Innovation Scoreboard, and 2nd in the world regards to per capita FDI by EY Global. And interestingly, Cyprus is 17% above the EU average in tertiary education, something that has been touched upon by the Ministry of Labour. The main economic indicators of Cyprus show the successful growth rate of Cyprus, with our GDP in 2003 closed at 2.5, and projections for 2024 and 2025 show this increase. In 2024, we expect GDP is projected at 2.8, whereas GDP for 2025 is expected to reach 3.1%. Unemployment is on the downwards. In 2023, it was at 6.1%, falling down to the similar numbers with the permanent secretary, 5.8 in 2024 and 5.3 the expected projection for 2025. Public debt is also on the downfall from a 77% in 2023. We see its gradual decrease into 2025 to only 59.2%. Cyprus is experiencing a surge of investor confidence, as demonstrated by the strong demand for government bonds, again something that the Permanent Secretary has touched upon. Reforms in the banking sector and strict compliance with the US, UK and EU sanctions and regulation requirements have bolstered stability and mitigated risks, further enhancing the country's appeal to investors. The nation's credit rating reflects the economic resilience, underscoring a stable environment. Additionally, the European Commission's spring forecast anticipates growth in 2024 and 2025, while the IMF projects sustainable economic expansion fueled by rising incomes and increased foreign investments. This positive move is projected in various credit ratings by the international rating agencies, which are constantly upgrading Cyprus's economy. Moody's, Fitch Ratings, S&P Global, and all the rest that you can see on the slide, continuously upgrading Cyprus is investment. The case for Cyprus, a destination for investment and more. Why Cyprus? Pretty much you all know these. I won't go into them because they will be discussed in depth today. But in a gist, this is how we promote Cyprus and what we see as our main benefits for the island. The key economic sectors. Another success story for Cyprus is the diversification of our economy. Over the past decades, the economic landscape of the Republic has changed substantially. The government has taken a program of robust and comprehensive reforms to boost the country's competitiveness and address historic challenges. The drivers of the economy are many. Shipping, investment funds, tourism, education are constants that are keeping our economy thriving. Real estate is an important part of today's seminar. It's also a driver of the economy, providing excellent investment opportunities. A particularly dynamic sector worth noting is our ICT industry, which has shown tremendous growth, with over 860 technology-related companies on our island, and more than 250 established in just 2 years. Cyprus is fast becoming a prominent technology hub. The sector boasts an impressive annual growth rate exceeding 50%, contributing around 4 billion to our economy. As of July 2024, we note of over 70 international tech companies who have chosen to establish operations in Cyprus, underscoring our appeal as a destination of work, life, and business. This surge and boost of confidence in the investment climate of Cyprus is also linked to the government's foreign policy and strategic partnerships formed. During 2024, inbound investments ranged from across the world, led by the US, the UK, France, Egypt, India, and so forth. It is important to mention here that the strategic dialogue with the US that began early on this year is expected to begin showing results both on a political and an economic level soon. In similar suits, a strategic dialogue is about to begin with the UK. The High Commissioner mentioned it will begin in December, where the bilateral relations will be further enhanced and prioritized. Our role in the region during this difficult period for the region has also been fundamental, acting as a stabilizer in the region and an enabler of peace. Before closing, I will talk a bit about our role as Invest Cyprus. Our role as Invest Cyprus in all this is first to create awareness and promote our island abroad. We do various roadshows, attracting investments, talking to investors and promoting our island. Then once we have the investors, we promote we help them with their relocation setting to Cyprus. So once they've chosen Cyprus, we help them in all the steps to come to Cyprus. We help them throughout the whole process of their relocation, and once they're on the island, we promote aftercare and facilitation. So we do not leave our investors. Once our investors are in Cyprus, we remain at their side. They act as our ambassadors. So we try to make sure that everything is they are okay, and any help they need, we assist them. Finally, we advocate for reform to our government, trying to protect the interests of our investments, but the economy as a whole. To do this, we have a matchmaking tool called our project bank, where lots of projects are available. Some are in real estate and some in various other sectors of the economy. Please have a look at our investable projects. They are very interesting projects that are looking for investments from around the world. Some have begun receiving investments. There are many, many projects. This is it for me. I've lost the slide. Yes, thank you. My business card is there. If you want to scan it and contact me, please feel free to contact me. Savamo, thank you for having me today, and good luck for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
We've reached that point in the day now to invite our first panel to the stage. The topic of conversation, Cyprus, an attractive place for investment, relocation, work and to live. Discussion will include the labour market situation, employment policy, job opportunities and new legislation and incentives. Please join me in welcoming Michalis Antoniou, Director General of the Employers and Industrialists Federation. Agathi Nicolaou, founder of A. Nicolaou and Associates LLC. Philippos Raptopoulos, head of tax and legal services of EY in Cyprus. And moderator Andrea Papageorgiou, founder of Andrea Papageorgiou Law.
Hear me? Good morning, everyone. Hi, Commissioner, distinguished guests. Thanks for being here. Savamo, thank you for having me as a guest and moderator of this panel, which will actually focus on the labor market situation, employment policy, job opportunities, new legislation and incentives. If I may introduce you to our distinguished panelists here, starting from the lady of the panel, who is a minority, if I can tell, is Agathi Nicolaou, who is a legal professional with over 15 years of experience. As the founder of A. Nicolaou and Associates LLC since 2012, she's a member of the Cyprus Bar Association and is licensed under Cyprus Bar Association. She has also the advanced certificate from Cyprus Securities and Exchange Commission, specializing in areas such as regulated markets, civil and criminal litigation, commercial and corporate law, banking and finance, employment, arbitration, and immigration. Mrs. Nicolaou offers comprehensive legal advice to clients, demonstrating expertise and dedication in her practice. Moving on to Mr. Michalis Antoniou, who is the Director General of the Cyprus Employers and Industrialists Federation, a role he has held since 2016. Mr. Antoniou holds a law degree from the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens and an LLM from the University of Cardiff in UK. Licensed to practice law in Cyprus, he joined the Cyprus Employers and Industrialists Federation in 1991 as an industrial relations and social policy officer, and rose through the ranks, becoming Assistant Director General in 2007. Mr. Antoniou is an expert in Cypriot and EU labour law, industrial relations and dispute resolution. He has authored numerous publications, including a 4-volume compendium of Cyprus labour legislation, and works on employment law and workplace contact. He serves on multiple boards and committees at both the national and international level. including Business Europe, the Europe Economic and Social Committee, and since 2017 as a substitute member of the governing body of the International Labour Organization. Last but not least, Mr. Philippos Raptopoulos, a wealth of expertise to his role as the head of tax and legal services at Ernst & Young Cyprus, with over a decade of experience, including 10 years in a senior position with the Cyprus Tax Department. Mr. Raptopoulos is well versed in all aspects of Cyprus tax legislation and tax controversy. He holds a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance and is a qualified certified accountant. As a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Cyprus and the chairman of the Tax Policy Committee of the same body, Mr. Raptopoulos plays an active role in shaping tax policies in Cyprus. His proficiency extends to both local and international taxation, with a focus on providing strategic advice to clients on tax legislation, due diligence controversies, international tax advisory, and tax modeling. So prior proceeding to the panel discussion, I would like to give the stage to Mrs. Agathi Nicolaou, who will make a presentation, a brief presentation about your law firm services, and Mr. Philippos Raptopoulos will follow with his own presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name, as you have been told, is Agathi Nicolaou, and I'm the founder of A. Nicolaou & Associates, LLC. Thank you, Andrea, for the lovely introduction. Allow me to briefly introduce to you our firm. A. Nicolaou & Associates, LLC is a boutique law firm located in Larnaca. We are a leading business and litigation firm. Our firm is recognized for high standard and professional services, and our aim is the professional and personal growth of our clients. We provide full range of services, including litigation, liquidations and acquisitions, corporate administration, migration, immigration, property, wills and probate, employment law, and many more. One of the main areas of our practice is the fiduciary services. Our firm and our members of the firm that are all licensed under the Cyprus Bar Association to provide fiduciary services. Fiduciary services includes, between others, the incorporation of companies, nominee services by nominee directors, nominee shareholders, secretary, provision of registered address, and also we provide services to the clients with the opening of a corporate and personal accounts and acquisition, of course, of properties. As today we will be focusing on the Cyprus investment, relocation, and work, I will just mention a few things about immigration and migration and employee benefits. Those points will be then discussed during the panel discussion. In Cyprus, our legislation is very attractive to those who would like to relocate their business and themselves to Cyprus. Some of the options that a person can have as a residency is a visitor's permit, the work permit through the self-employed, the company BCS, as the General Secretary has mentioned before, the blue card, there is a new regulations under the Cypriot law, the student visa, the permanent residency categories A through F, and of course the category under the Article 6.2 by investment. Depends on the background and the needs of an individual or business. There is always in Cyprus a way on doing business and getting a permanent residency in Cyprus. In addition to the migration applications, our firm provides services to those who are eligible to get a Cypriot passport or ID or their citizenships. Another point of discussion today through this presentation and the panel is the employee benefits under the Cyprus law. As you can see at the slide, there are several benefits. Some of them are the sick leave and the sickness benefit, the health care, which is the YASI, maternity leave and benefit, paternity benefit, parental leave, childbirth allowance, and of course pension. We'll have the chance to discuss further during the panel. Due to the time restrictions, we won't get into more details at the moment, but we can discuss during the breaks and the networking. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Agathimo. Now we pass the stage to Mr. Philippos Draftopoulos for his own presentation.
Good morning. Very pleased, very happy to be again here. A big thank you to Savas. He's managing twice a year to bring all of us together. Okay, everybody knows very well the tax system in Cyprus, but I would like to make a very, very quick snapshot. Starting, not including the slides, we don't have inheritance tax in Cyprus. That's very good and good news for many people here. Okay, as you know, we have the 12.5, very low. We have the national interest deduction, a big advantage for Cyprus companies. Effectively, this can lower down the effective tax rate to 2.5%. Is something unique in Europe. Very few countries, they have such a regime. We have the IP regime, which also is very attractive, 2.5. That's what we've seen, as our colleague from GEV earlier on said, not only 17, but over the last 5 years, there are many, many multinationals moving to Cyprus, even from US. We have clients from US moving to Cyprus, setting up their IP companies, paying 2.5%. I think the impact, we all see it in Limassol particular, how many thousands of employees we have. Cyprus is an EU country with the tax system is approved by EU, so we follow the unilateral, all the tax treaties. We follow the EU directives. We don't apply dividend tax. We don't have withholding tax in Cyprus, other than applying it in some blacklisted countries like Samoa, etc. So effectively, we have absence of withholding tax in Cyprus. Another big advantage, even I can say bigger than the 12.5 or the 2.5, is the exception from capital gains in sales of shares. That's why we have, in Cyprus, we are called the holding company jurisdiction, because sale of shares are exempted from tax, not only for business or for international investors, but for Cypriots as well. So anybody can develop a company, sell the share, is tax exempt. So that's the general regime. If we go in a more quickly in more detail, the national interest deduction, a company who raises capital, it can lower its tax rate down to 2.5. Again, a step taken in 2015, which is very extensively used and to the benefit of international business. IP box regime, I will not repeat, huge impact, a lot of companies, thousands of jobs created in Cyprus, and we keep attracting and the companies coming. We are fully aligned with the EU directive and the Nexus approach. I mean, you get the benefit as long as you have people, you have function in Cyprus. It's not a paperless company. Individuals, very, very big steps taken also over the last 4 or 5 years. For all the governments, the priority is to attract investors. The 60-day rule, the non-dom rule, effectively people who are not in any other place of the world for more than 6 months, they can spend 60 days in Cyprus and being tax resident in Cyprus. Again, we have seen a lot of foreigners coming and living in Cyprus, not only 60 days, but more. A small exception on salary income for people who are working abroad and coming to Cyprus. That usually applies to even students. It's not so beneficial, but it's still there for low earners who come in Cyprus. The big incentive and the big exception is the 50% exception on employment income for companies for people earning over 55,000. In my last year presentation, it was 100,000. The threshold came down to 55. So effectively, huge benefit and attraction for all these IT companies to bring people in Cyprus and paying half the tax rates that we all pay. Another one advantage is the 90-day rules. as majority of these international companies do not operate only in Cyprus, but operate from various other jurisdictions. So an IT company based in Cyprus, having also operations in Dubai, and the employees work also in Dubai. If you work over 90 days in that other country, then this income is exempted. So another big advantage for these international companies. Non-dom rule, exempted from defense. The treaty with UK, a very good treaty. The pensions in Cyprus are taxed only 5%, so that's why we are seeing a lot of pensioners coming to Cyprus. Dividends are exempted, shares are exempted, minor tax on pensions. So that's from my side. Thank you. Full of advantages.
Thank you, Felipe. So now we pass to our panel discussion, starting with Mr. Michalis Antoniou. So, Mr. Antoniou, considering the role of social dialogue and stability in Cyprus' business environment, I would like to ask you the question, in your view, how does this social dialogue, mutual respect, and strong social partnership in Cyprus contribute to the stability and attractiveness of the country for employers? Could you elaborate on the role of collective negotiations, the cooperation between Cyprus employers and industrialist federation employers, and the political stability in creating a solid foundation for business operations?
Thank you, Andrea. First of all, allow me to thank Savas and the organizers for inviting me to participate in this event. I'm very happy, I'm very privileged, but very pleased to be here with you because I met some old friends after many years, and it is a good opportunity to make new ones. Your Excellency, High Commissioner of the Republic of Cyprus in the UK, Phile Kostas, Director General, the very peculiar name, Permanent Secretary. We are not permanent any further. I mean, it's a 5-year contract. But the title remains the same. He's the Director General of the Ministry of Labour and Social Insurance. It's my privilege, like I said, to be here. But first, allow me to make an introduction as to who I am. I mean, who my organization, what my organization represents, what it stands for. So for those of you who are familiar with the British reality, we are in Cyprus what the CPI is in the UK. The Confederation of British Industries. We participate together with CPI, French MEDEF, Dutch, VNO, German, BNDI and BNDA in Business Europe. And we also represent Cypriot employers to the International Organization of Employers. We are the biggest and the most powerful employers organization in the island. We represent all sectors of economic activity, from the primary sector, secondary, tertiary, including local authorities, every single entity that produces value added to the economy and has the, they are employers, they employ people, are entitled, are able to become members of my federation. And in this way, we represent, our member companies represent around 70% of the GDP of the country and more than 65% of the employed population of the island. But what's most important is that my organization participates in its capacity as a social partner to the government and the parliament in the social dialogue in the island. And whatever piece of legislation is to be introduced, abolished, or amended, almost in every single case, prior to be enacted or abolished, passes through a consultation process where my federation represents the employer's point of view, and the outcome, the final outcome in most cases is the result of a consensus between the government or the parliament and the Employers Federation. That is to say, my organization. In some cases, trade unions also participate in this tripartite. In some cases, it's a bipartite, but in other cases, it's a tripartite social dialogue. So, I mean, this is a necessary background for you to understand why I'm here and how important it is for companies active in Cyprus to get close to my federation. We charge a very minimal membership fee, no additional charges for any kind of additional services, and we defend employers' rights and interests vis-à-vis all authorities in the country and the trade unions. But coming to your question now, Andrea, and like I said, please interrupt me when I'm overdoing it. And another very important point, I mean, I watched very carefully the presentation by Leah Riris, who has left the room. Yeah. Well, I mean, we a couple of weeks ago, a few weeks ago, Cyprus credit rating was upgraded by Scope Group to A- with stable outlook. That's a very huge development. This is the first time since many years that my country is rated at A-, single A, but it's, I mean, we used to be into the rubbish rating scale. Now, yes, what is important for this audience to know for Cyprus is that we have a very well-developed and very well-established tradition to exhaust every single opportunity we have to find a commonly acceptable, a mutually acceptable solution on whatever the dispute might be. We very rarely have strikes. We extend the negotiation process for as long as it takes so as to reach a conclusion, reach a peaceful arrangement, which has contributed in a very spectacular way towards maintaining industrial peace and social peace, which combined with political stability has produced this small miracle. Remember our country, because most of you are Cypriots, and those of you who are not yet Cypriots, you have every opportunity to become Cypriots in the ways my co-panelists have shown, have explained earlier on, and will explain later again in more depth. It's a small miracle that we went bankrupt just 10 to 12 years ago. We went bankrupt, and now our credit score is A-, single A-, with practically zero unemployment, inflation very near to the ECB target of 2% per year, very close to that. One of the highest, more rapidly and quickly growing economy, one of the highest GDP growth in Europe for the last 3 or 4 years, the quickest recovery post-pandemic, and it's a small miracle, and this is attributed mainly to a very resilient and innovative entrepreneurial community, most of which is a member of my federation, of the Employers Federation of Cyprus.
Thank you. Thank you very much for enlightening us. So passing now to Agathi. Thank you for the presentation, Agathi. And based on what you have presented, I would like to ask you a question regarding the employee benefits under Cyprus law. And more specifically, I would like to ask you if you could outline some of the key employee protections and benefits under Cyprus law, such as the sick leave, the pensions you mentioned, some about the parental leave that actually enhance the employment experience for expatriates.
Thank you, Andrea. it's very clear that our actually cover all the benefits under the EU law. Cyprus do not have any less benefits or allowances than any other European Union country. We have the healthcare that is the ESE, that is very important, a new established benefit that was incorporated a few years ago. We have the sick leave and the annual leave, the sickness benefit, the maternity and the paternity leave, that is also the maternity's new regulation the last few years, the childbirth allowance and the special childbirth allowance for unmarried or single mothers. Our legislation also covers relevant allowances and benefits after work-related accidents. That is also very important. So specifically, we do have the physical injury benefit and the disability benefit. And last but not least, of course, we have the statutory pension. I don't know if we have some, no, we don't, to get into more details, but anyone that might be interested, we can discuss further during the breaks.
Of course, if you have any further questions about these topics that we currently discuss, you can reach the panelists maybe later during the coffee break for further discussion. As I understand, we don't have enough time. So going now to Mr. Philippos Raptopoulos, I will ask a question in regards to the tax incentives for businesses and individuals. To be more specific, I would like to ask what specific tax policies or incentives does Cyprus offer that make it financially appealing for multinational corporations and high net worth individuals? So how do these tax benefits compare to those in other EU countries?
Okay, as I said during my presentation, a multinational corporation can pay as low as 2.5% tax, and an individual can be fully exempted from dividend and interest tax in Cyprus, pay and discounted tax on salary. So effectively, it's for both individuals and companies fully accepted by EU regime that's tax close to 2.5%.
Thank you very much. I understand we don't have enough time. Is that right? We do. Okay. So I have one more question for each one of you. Going back to Mr. Antonio, I would like to ask you from an employer's perspective, what do you believe makes Cyprus an attractive destination for UK-based firms and professionals, especially post-Brexit? Could you highlight any advantages related to ease of doing business and the skilled labor market in Cyprus?
Well, I think that all the panelists and all the speakers, particularly the Director General of the Ministry of Labour, have already indicated most of the reasons why a UK-based company would be benefited from relocating into our country. But I mean, for the sake of repeating the most important of those, I would say, I mean, first of all, it's the access to the EU market. We are an EU member state, and based in Cyprus, you can easily have access to the EU single market. And further than this, we are close to the Middle East, with a very good connectivity with all countries in the region, including the Gulf countries as well. I mean, the cost of living in Cyprus and doing business is much lower compared to the London one, including housing and or renting premises, commercial or private. What else? It's, I mean, based on the special tax regime, both for companies and the individuals, is a very attractive reason for any UK company to relocate into our country. And the disposable income for individuals is much higher, given the fact that we lower the income from 100,000 euros to 55,000 euros for those who become for the first time tax residents of Cyprus for 7 years to have a 50% discount on tax. And bear in mind that almost 20,000 euros is tax-free, for income tax purposes, and then you have 50% if you earn more than 55,000 per year. And in order to lower that from 100,000 into 55,000, it was the result of the consultations of the government with my federation and other stakeholders, of course, including other professionals as the auditors and accountants association and maybe lawyers as well. But nevertheless, the disposable income is a very good reason for somebody to move into Cyprus, either as a professional or as a company. There is to access a skilled labor market, and there is a very, truly unlimited opportunity for upskilling and reskilling with a very low cost through these special arrangements with the Human Resource Development Authority, where it covers most of the, more than 80% of the cost for training and retraining, skilling, upskilling and reskilling of the staff, which is very efficient and I'm extremely proud to have been a member of the board of directors of that authority. Remaining for a moment to the tax aspect of debate, if someone falls in love with Cyprus and choose a country for the permanent place of their residency, bear in mind that the inheritance tax is 0 in Cyprus. Well, I mean, it is very favorably compared to the UK one, which is, I don't know how high it is, but it's very painful from what I hear, the inheritance tax. Access to excellent healthcare. Yeah, we managed to have introduced a general health insurance system for the first time. It was a very painful process. Some of you were involved during the debate some 5 years ago, just pre-pandemic, a few months before the pandemic outburst in 2019. But we now have access with a very reasonable cost at a very good quality, well, average quality, but nevertheless, it's accessible universally for everybody. It will improve eventually, but it's a healthy both in terms of financials and other arrangements. Access to good quality of private schools, which are also members of my federation, private schools, I mean. Well, few words could be, I mean, I could mention something for the diversification into new markets following the sanctions against Russia, but I wouldn't do it now, maybe later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's important what you said, among others, that the private sector and the public sector work hand in hand for the one to provide the practical insight from the commercial aspect, to help the other one to come up with the regulatory frameworks that can be actually applicable in real life business. Thank you. So coming back to you, Agathimo, I would like to ask you a very important question about the new regulation about blue card and student employment policies. To be more specific, I'd like to ask you, how has the introduction of the EU blue card program impacted the ability of highly qualified professionals from outside the EU to work in Cyprus? Additionally, could you discuss the recent changes in student employment policies and their potential effect on the local workforce?
Yeah, sure, Andrea. Those two topics are very important, and actually they are brand new in the Cyprus regulations. Starting from the EU blue card, this applies to the high qualified third country nationals and their families to stay for more than 3 months in the EU member state or working in a member state other than the one that first granted them the EU blue card. It does not, of course, apply to non-EU nationals who seeking international protection, carried out a search project, or those who granted a long-term resident status in the member state. The applicant must between other things, must have a valid work contract for a binding job or a binding job offer for highly qualified employment of at least 6 months during the period of his employment. He or she should submit documents confirming their professional qualification and, of course, a valid travel document and a health insurance. The salary threshold is not like the BCS that the General Director mentioned before. It's much lower. Actually, it's equal, it needs to be at least equal to the higher, sorry, not more higher than 1.6 times on the average gross salary in Cyprus, which means that practically somewhere between 20,000 euros and 32,000 euros. The blue card are valid for at least 24 months, or if the employment contract is for a shorter period, a further 3 months after the contract ends. And it also entitles holder to enter, re-enter, and stay in the member state. One of the benefit is that it's also worth noting that the employers can also get benefit under the new regulations. They get the benefit from simplified procedures, and it's also very face effective. The EU blue card holders, they have to inform the relevant authorities of any change of their employment. They enjoy equal treatment to any EU national in areas such as employment conditions, freedom of association, education, and training, mutual recognition of diplomas, social security, and access to goods and services. They can also be accompanied by their families, members who are also have the right to work, and they may acquire long-term in the EU resident status. The most important benefit, in my opinion, is that the holder of this blue EU card, after living legally for 12 months in the member state, that issued, the blue card, they can move, live, and work with their family members in any other member state. That is very, very important. Now, moving to the part of the employment of the students, there was middle of 2024, there was a new decree issued by the minister, Mr. Panayotou, that allows employment of a foreign full-time student of a recognized university in Cyprus, which is located in Cyprus, to allow the employment in the following sectors of economy, activity, and occupation. Some of the jobs allowance are the retail salespersons, gas station, car wash, caregivers, occasional work of a domestic nature, bakery workers, animal caregivers, agricultural, building cleaners, also in the hotel sector, that is a new add-on, is a kitchen assistant, cleaner, waiter, barman, and the reception. And in the food industry is a delivery, the kitchen assistant, cleaning, waiter, and barman. The maximum weekly number of hours during which the employment is permitted is not more than 20 hours during the classes and 38 hours during the period of the interruption of classes. During the period starting from the 1st of June until the 15th of October, the employment of a hotel food science students is also, they're also allowed in hotels for practical training purposes. That is also a new add-on in the regulation for the student employment. Another and the last add-on in the new regulation is that they can be employed for internship purposes, provided that there is an agreement between the university and the employer.
Thank you very much. Now, our last question to Mr. Philippos Raptopoulos is about the bilateral memorandum of understanding and the Cyprus-UK Convention. So could you please provide us with an overview of how Cyprus-UK conventions like this double taxation agreement simplify investment structures and support continuous bilateral cooperations? Specifically, how does this benefit UK firms and expatriates in Cyprus?
The treaty with the UK is existing for many years. Both countries fully respect the provisions of the treaty. Unlike with other jurisdictions, we don't see the UK authorities challenging UK business moving to Cyprus or UK individuals, despite their strict, full respect to the treaty. Just for information from other jurisdictions, we are receiving, the government is receiving hundreds of information requests regarding foreigners moving to Cyprus and trying to identify their wealth. That's not the case with England. The treaty does not impose any withholding tax, beneficial treatment on pensions. So it's the treaty and the relation between the two governments offers a very stable, from tax perspective, environment to live with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your keynote speeches and insights. Thank you for your patience. I know it's hard to be the panel before the coffee break. So I don't know if we have any time for any questions from the audience. Okay. So if any one of you has any question to ask our panelists, please feel free. Yes. We have a question. If you can give a microphone to Mr. Hachipanayotou.
Okay, thanks. I would like to intervene in the third element that is written in the title, the word work. We are really in the process of formulating internal in the ministry the blue card criteria and parameters that included in the relevant directive of the European Union. And of course, this card is eligible for the people coming from third countries that are already working in, especially in the ICT sector in Cyprus. And we are planning to begin with this sector, since there are thousands of persons working, and what they are interested in is to covered by the blue card. The sectors that are going to be included in the scheme are on the member states. So some other member states, we are sharing some information between, they are thinking of be very conservative in providing this card because is the green permit, if I call it in brackets, for moving for mobility within the European Union. But we are not interested. We are interested on how to serve our economy, the people who are already in Cyprus, and the people that might be helpful in the very near future in companies like yours that are based in or will be based in Cyprus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's time now for our first coffee break, an opportunity to replenish your glasses and to discuss the themes that have come up today. We'll reconvene in 20 minutes. Thank you. Now we're going to head straight over to our second panel, discussing real estate and other investment opportunities. Welcoming Andrew Dimitriou, partner at Spectre Constant and Williams.
Give a brief description.
Managing Director of Urban Chic, Alex Kittel. Alex Chrysafiadis, partner at Adler Shine LLP. Unfortunately, lawyer Andrew Sanderson is not going to be able to attend today. Moderating the panel will be George Constant, senior partner at Spectre, Constant and Williams. When you're ready, if you're able to take to the stage, that'd be great. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I think I can be heard. I think we've got a nice lineup for you today, and I'm hoping that we can have an interesting conversation between us. I think it would be nice if you all just initially introduce yourself, and then we have a brief speech by Andrew, and then I think we can then get into the conversation.
Hello. Hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Kittier. I'm from Urban Chic. We're a serviced accommodation and hotel operator in London. Pleasure to be here, and thank you to Sava for the kind invitation and putting on the wonderful event.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Dimitriou. I'm a partner at Spectre Constant & Williams. I'm specialised in real estate investment and real estate finance, and I'll be giving a short speech presentation as to what the current market, what we're seeing in the current market very shortly.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Chrysafiadis. I'm an audit partner at Adler Shine. We're a 12-partner practice in Finchley Central in North London. We specialise in audit, accounting, tax advisory across various sectors.
Brilliant. Andrew, would you like to take the stage?
I'm delighted to be here with you all today, and it's great to see so many friendly faces. It's a shame, however, that we couldn't bring the Cyprus weather with us today, but we'll make do what we have. I mean, I'll be speaking generally, as I mentioned earlier, on the current real estate market, as well as giving an insight as to what we're seeing on a daily basis as a law firm. I briefly introduced myself earlier. I'm Andrew Dimitriou. I'm a partner and lawyer at Spectre Constant & Williams, and we're a law firm based in the West End of London, just off Oxford Street. I'm here today with my fellow partners, George Constant and Natalie Toffis. And firstly, I'd like to thank Savas Giriagidis for creating this great platform and for organising this conference, which has now been held here for the last few years. This business organisation has created and promoted businesses between Great Britain and Cyprus. Both countries have such strong ties, and with the number of Cypriots that we have living in the UK, we should all be working closely together to further our respective interests. There are a number of organisations here today from both Great Britain and Cyprus who are also close to our firm, and I'd like to thank them all for their participation. We are proud to be involved in sponsoring such an event. So just a bit of background about Spectre Constant Williams. We are one of the fastest growing law firms located in the West End of London. We're a full service law firm with 14 partners and over 60 people, covering areas such as real estate investment, real estate finance, corporate, commercial, property and commercial litigation, employment, family and immigration. Aside from myself, also George and Natalie, we have a few other Greeks and Greek Cypriots that work in the firm too. We've also been listed by the Legal 500 as one of the firms to watch. And the real unique thing about our firm is, which distinguishes itself from other firms, is the modern, dynamic and collaborative approach that we apply to all our matters. All our lawyers are very hands-on, personable and experts in their field, and we pride ourselves on the relationships that we build with our clients, and have been described by them as having their own in-house legal team. So given the wide range of work that we do cover in the firm, we have a very good perspective of how the real estate market is going. For example, we act for a number of investors, whether that be developers, family offices, public and private companies. We've got very close relationships with valuers, real estate agents in both the commercial and residential markets. And we're also on the private panel for over 25 lenders, which includes development lenders, bridging finance companies, private banks. So we have an insight onto the lending world as well. If you haven't done so already, please feel free to collect our brochures, which gives a bit more detail about the legal expertise within the firm. So moving on to the real estate market. 2024 has thrown many challenges. We've seen how the turbulent mini-budget in September 22 directly impacted the interest rates, the real estate market and economy generally. And it's taken a year or so to find its feet again. I must say, though, that in the last 12 months, there has been a great positive outlook in the property market, and we've never been busier. COVID, the wars in Ukraine, Russia, Middle East have also brought many challenges, and the real estate market has felt the effects of this too. Rise in interest rates, inflation over the past couple of years has also had an impact. Just to give a little bit of a background, in terms of development and construction, the increase in inflation has affected the development and construction world, and we've seen quite a few developments, for example, either not continuing or coming to a standstill. There is, as I've said though, a lot of positivity still. There's some light at the end of the tunnel. Inflation has now fallen to below the target 2% for the first time since 2021, and interest rates have been cut in the most recent Bank of England review, which took place a few days ago, which is now 4.75%. Whilst the interest rate is still high, there is still opportunities in the market. This slight movement has a positive impact, and we're also seeing renewed confidence in the market too. There's also a sense of anticipation in what the new Labour government will bring. We've already seen that it has stabilised the real estate market, and there isn't that uncertainty with the old government. For example, there's now a huge push to reform the planning laws and a target to build 1.5 million new homes. It remains to be seen whether this ambitious target is achievable, but it is welcome news to all in the construction and development world, whether it be for developers themselves, lenders or first-time buyers in the market. There are also several key pledges to boost the real estate sector, as the recent budget outlined measures designed to encourage economic growth and attract investment. The budget also included several changes which will have a direct consequence to the real estate sector, most notably the changes to rates of capital gains tax and stamp duty land tax for additional properties. The capital gains increase was not as drastic as previously speculated, and whilst it still remains to be seen what effect it will have, in my opinion, I don't think it will have that much of an effect. There's clearly a drive to boost the real estate market from bottom up, to enable more first-time buyers in the market. But this could have an adverse impact on investors and landlords being driven out. We've already seen the supply of rental properties decreased in the market, but in my opinion, I still don't think this will have a major impact. We're seeing investors particularly manoeuvring themselves in very difficult market, and we're seeing, especially in the residential market, a number of landlords converting properties to houses of multiple occupation, or HMOs. And I think this is going to continue to be the theme from now on. In this type of market that we see, this is the opportunity for investors to step in and take advantage. We're seeing that in commercial property, for example, in the West End and the City of London especially, that rental yields have risen in the last 12 months or so. Previously attractive investments would achieve a yield of around 3 to 5% in the West End, but the increase in rent has made London a very attractive option for investors. We are now seeing yields of between 4 to 7%, which is a very healthy yield for central London. Also, some believe that the office property market has changed permanently as technology enables a shift to hybrid working. However, we're seeing that companies are actually enforcing a more stricter return to work policy, and this has boosted the commercial office market and also boosted the retail sector. As I said, our office is just a stone's throw away from Oxford Street. So where we saw units vacant over the past 2 years, we're now seeing that almost all retail spaces are occupied. It's another good sign that the market is progressing well, but a timely reminder how things can change and the domino effect of the world economy. I feel that despite its many challenges, there is still a lot of positivity. As a firm, our real estate has been very busy throughout the year, and we've seen a big rise in commercial acquisitions, with investors taking advantages of the opportunities available, given the rise in interest rates and sometimes drop in property prices. Investors are navigating themselves, re-evaluating existing deals and renegotiating prices. And investors that we hadn't seen for a long time have decided that it's now the best time to come into the market and take the opportunity. Likewise, in the finance aspects, we've been consistently busy throughout the year. We're seeing a large return on property portfolio finances, where investors and landlords especially are refinancing existing facilities to variable rates to take advantage of the interest rates decreasing. Again, another sign of the growing confidence in the economy and real estate. To give you a brief flavour of the type of work that we've seen, especially in the last, I guess, 6 to 9 months, we're seeing, we have one client in particular, for example, who acquires shopping centres up and down the country. And they've been acquiring shopping centres at 20p and 30p in the pound, spending over 60 million in asset class. And they've been doing this since lockdown, have been aggressive ever since. We're seeing a lot more acquisitions in purpose-built flats in central London for upwards of £5 million, achieving yields of upwards of 7%. We're seeing a lot more repossessions come into the market, where investors are taking opportunities to acquire properties at lower prices. Other clients of ours are taking advantage of more niche areas, such as acquiring multi-let properties in major towns and cities. So overall, in the UK at present, this is an opportunistic time to enter the market. There's a window of opportunity, as we've seen a positive outlook on the horizon. And the market, in my opinion, will and is currently, I think, returning to its strongest. The positive updates from the Bank of England, the new government, Donald Trump, you could say, coming in as well, has improved the economy outlook. And I believe that good times will return. I think they have returned already. History will tell you that real estate in the UK will always remain the safest and least volatile type of investment that can be made anywhere in the world. If anyone needs any help or advice in relation to any real estate investment finance in the UK, please do not hesitate to come speak to me or any of our colleagues. Thank you, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Andrew. I think one of the things that I think I'd like to sort of, by the way, for those that don't know me, I'm a real estate investment lawyer and real estate finance lawyer here in the UK. And as Andrew mentioned, apart from acting for, well-known investors who are very, very active in the market, both from the UK and from abroad, we're also acting for many of the lenders that are lending on real estate finance. So we generally have a very good perspective of what's going on. I think that the thing, Andrew, that I'd like sort of to make clear, because I think particularly with other countries, people assume that if the financial market isn't great, that there isn't activity, that things are not being bought and sold. And I think the truth of the matter is, I think in the UK, I think it's the complete opposite. I mean, it's almost like, when times are bad, we're seeing a lot more activity, and that might be because of the type of clients that we've got. So I'm just, putting it out there that not everybody deals with the sort of clients that we have. But I think the truth is that, there is a lot of activity out there from everybody, really, from investors who want to pick up opportunities. I think there's a lot of repossessions now. We're seeing a lot of repossessions, primarily from bridging finance companies that have been lending people money over the years, trying to tide them over, but now they're starting to lose patience. The banks have started to lose patience. Those people that they helped again 2-3 years ago are deciding now's the time to push the button. So a lot of our clients at the moment are finding opportunities out there. I mean, one deal that you didn't mention was, we did a commercial investment deal recently in central London with an 8% return. Commercial building let to a nursery provider, a well-known nursery provider, 8% in central London. These sort of deals were not out there. and it seems now that they are. And in terms of financing, the finance market hasn't, well, at least until the election, was the busiest it ever has been because the sentiment is improving. So so activity is considerable at the moment. At least that's what we're seeing. I mean, Alex, what are you seeing at the moment generally?
Yeah,
Sorry. Which Alex?
Alex and Alex. Sorry.
Almost, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, tough times create amazing opportunity, and if you're in the position to invest at that moment in time, then yes, there's almost certainly opportunities to be had. It could be for a number of reasons: refinancing, buildings struggle to refinance, or tenants leave, and the lettings market is not as strong as it once was. Well, we're talking in the last few weeks, things have changed very much. I have to say, I'm talking prior to this, or occupiers are struggling with their particular markets, and buildings are coming up to be transacted. And if we're seeing a lot of activity from private family offices who sit tight during cycles and wait for opportunities like this to come up, and now is the time to be jumping on. So I couldn't agree with you more that now is an opportunistic time. Yes.
Alex, are you seeing something different? Or are you seeing similar?
No, I think it's a case that the UK and London specifically is a very special place, and I think there will always be a market in London, and certainly as you go more into the centre of London, it's a completely different market than the wider London. And for those family offices and those who have the finance already available, whether internally or coming from outside of the UK, there are definitely deals to be had. But I think there is probably for more individual-based people who are looking maybe to buy a home for the first time, I think those are the people that are probably seeing it being hit harder for themselves rather than those people, the rest of the world.
Yeah, I mean we've seen over the last. Well, since January, we've probably done some of the biggest deals that we've done really for the last 20 years. At least in my career, I've done some of the biggest deals I've ever been involved in. It's all down to mostly family office money, where they've been keeping their powder dry for many years, and they're able now to pick up stock that they haven't managed to get their hands on, didn't have the opportunity to get their hands on ever, really. And it seems that now is really the time to invest. So if we've got investors out there, don't miss the boat, I think is the message, because, I personally think that things are going to really start improving over the next 2-3 years. And who knows what, where the market will be then, but now's not a bad time.
I think investors always wait for the upward trajectory, and we always sit back and hope that somebody will tell us when that's going to begin. Well, I've been in London property for 20 years, and I could say I've never seen the opportunities today that they haven't existed before. To see yields of 8% in central London, completely unheard of. I mean, commercial property in London, you were lucky if you were getting between 3 and 5%.
Yeah.
I mean, 5%, you would have been doing very well.
Yeah.
So 8% plus the uplift of capital appreciation in a prevailing market, I mean, this is like winning the lottery in central London.
Yeah, it's gold. And if we could just sort of move the conversation on to maybe types of asset classes, where are you guys seeing opportunities? Where are you seeing that our clients or your clients are going, attacking? What views do you guys have? Andrew, do you want to?
So we've seen a lot of increase in the acquisitions of purpose-built flats, for example, which bring a high percentage rental income as well. I guess before the summer, what we have seen before the election, we were seeing a lot, and it goes on to the point I made about the development and construction world where you have developers who have been building buildings with flats, but they haven't been able to complete them. So there's part complete developments being sold, and investors are taking the opportunity to acquire those. What they're doing as well, because there's, as Alex quite rightly mentioned, it's quite difficult for some of these flats, for example, to be sold. So investors are acquiring the whole buildings and taking it on themselves, either to rent it themselves to bring in the higher rental income, or selling on afterwards when the market does improve. So we're seeing a lot on that front in terms of purpose-built flats.
Yeah, Alex, you're involved in serviced apartments, right?
Correct.
So, what are you seeing on the residential side or hotel side as well? Because I know you're involved with hotels as well.
Yes.
What are you seeing in that sort of sector?
Our sector is evolving at the moment. Service apartments is an asset class which is slowly growing into its own in the last 10 years, where it's not as sophisticated asset class as it is in, say, Asia, but now it's very much there. So we struggle with specific service apartment assets in London, whereas those need to be reinvented. So the opportunities that we're seeing are repurposing of office buildings that may not be relettable to the office market, or for rundown hotels in central London, where the owners don't have necessarily the capital to reinvest to bring them up to market standard. They're now offloading these type of properties. So the repurposing of other asset classes into service accommodation or hotels is where I see the biggest opportunity in the sector that I operate. And really that sort of value add opportunity is key to gaining those high yields and those larger capital appreciations.
Alex, are you seeing something different from your
No, not
clients?
necessarily. I mean, what we're seeing, we deal with a lot of owner-managed businesses, and there's quite a few of them who have wanted to purchase or own the property from which their business is operating from. So the advice we've been giving them is to structure it in such a way that they set up a pension fund. And if it's a commercial property, they're acquiring it for their pension fund. And so it's a nice way to keep it commercial, keep it separate from the business, and give the owners ultimately something for the future. So that's something that we've been advising on now for several years. With the recent changes in the pension, I don't think it's going to impact it hugely, but it's a nice way to do it, and that's the kind of stuff that we've been seeing.
I mean, I just want to pick up. I mean, we've briefly spoken about service apartments and hotels, but I think one of the sectors that we've seen quite a lot of investment is retail, which, you know, for some people that might be surprising, but you know, we've got clients. You know, we did one of the biggest deals on Oxford Street not that long ago, where literally a client bought a building which is let to two very well-known retailers, and they managed to get it almost half price to what the asset was acquired at from before COVID, you know, you would say, you know, maybe you might be worried about the covenant strength or the tenant staying there, but it seems that sort of fear has gone, particularly in central London. Mm-hmm. You know, as Andrew mentioned in his presentation, you know, Oxford Street at one point was a disaster. You know, there were shops vacant, you know, in many parts of it, but they've all been filled. They've been, they've been filled with different providers, you know, retailers. You know, it's you know, it's a really evolving market. I mean, we've got other clients who are aggressively investing in sort of suburban sort of.
I was going to say it's more they're investing in multi-let properties in sort of very busy retail towns.
Not often the primary. It's not often the primary shopping centre. It's often the secondary one, so they, you know, and the the add-on of turnover rents. So turnover rents is where the retailers are paying you according, a percentage of effectively their earnings, is really bringing growth to that sort of investment market. So, I think generally, there isn't really an asset class which isn't busy at the moment. It does feel like that. I mean, would you agree with that?
Yes, generally, because capital values are at a point where the investment attraction is there. So yes, I agree. People also like diversification in the portfolios. So, where people were favoring only retail before will now like a shop with uppers, because if the shop's empty, you've got the income from the flats or the offices above. So I think diversification across portfolios is very important, actually. During COVID, I wish we were more diverse. we had a lot of empty apartments. But yeah, I think the narrative is slightly shifted in the way people underwrite their investments these days, but London is very rich in that. It's able to offer that diversification in a very concentrated area and within one building. So that's been a popular strategy.
I think a lot of what we've been talking about is actually really from January until maybe the budget, right? The recent budget.
Correct. Yeah.
So that's really history now, in a way.
Thank God.
So what are you guys seeing, or what do you believe is the impact now of the budget, which was only last week, right? So, what are you guys expecting to see as a result of the budget?
So I think one of the issues at the moment is that capital gains rate taxes are expected to increase. Stamp duty is expected to increase from 3% to 5% for additional property. And the threshold for buyers is also going to increase, so that increase was immediate. And from April next year, one of the thresholds for the zero rate is going to drop by 50%. I think there's an expectation that there will be a rush in early 2025 to buy property before that increase then comes in April, and then a slight lull afterwards. There's still some fears over individuals who may be impacted by the interest rates. But I would say if someone's already committed and they want to buy, they're going to buy. The mortgage rates aren't going to hold them back. But one of the things that we always say to people as well is, especially from people who are investing from a commercial point of view, worry about the commercial impact of what you're doing. The tax will be a side effect. If you're worrying about the tax and driving your business decision, you're doing it the wrong way. You should be focused on the commercial side of things first.
Andrew, you want?
I think since the budget, I think the positive outlook that's going to come out of it, I think it's going to be in the development and construction world. I think we're going to see a lot more developments. I know it was busy over the last, 3 to 5 years, but it's sort of stagnated for maybe around 12 to 18 months, the last 12 to 18 months. I think we're going to see that increase gradually, maybe, rapidly, again in the next 12, 24 months, I think.
Can I just ask, what do you think is going to, one of the impacts to businesses is the increase in employers' national insurance, which is going to affect every business. They're talking about salary freezes for the working man and woman, maybe an increase to goods to mitigate the increase of costs that businesses are now taking. But in the construction sector, how do you think that will impact people and the ability to complete projects because of the extra costs there now and to the reliance on the construction industry?
I personally think that with rates coming down and the banks starting to open up, I think they'll be the least of the concerns of the developers. I think the main thing that the main thing that developers have had a problem with is the availability for funding for the developments, and their ability to make the deals work. But already, since the budget, we've already seen some of our lender clients, the banks, and we act for some of the most active real estate lenders in the country, and they've already started bringing out new products, and their whole attitude now is on a positive front. They can see that there is light at the end of the tunnel. If they're lending on a new development, they know that in 12 to 18 months, that development will be completed. They expect there to be an end user market for whatever is being constructed. So I think it will have an impact, because costs increases are going to have an impact. But I think that will all be offset by the fact that the banks are going to be a lot more helpful now for development projects.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that the nominal increase in employers' national insurance contributions are going to have that much of an impact. I think I'm very optimistic after the budget, more than I thought I would be. But I think people that employ lots of people, will just increase salaries by less to offset the national insurance contributions. In a way, I think the government has shot themselves in the foot there. I think they will raise some money from it, but it won't have any impact whatsoever on the London property market.
Alex, you mentioned some tax points, capital gains tax. Is there anything else that maybe particularly foreign nationals who are investing into the UK should have in mind when it comes to investment in the UK?
From our point of view, and through the organisation here, we've actually acted for several of the members here in setting up a UK company for someone that's in Cyprus. I think the important aspect for that is getting your structure right in the first place. We see some where they create it as a subsidiary of a UK, of an overseas company, even a Cypriot company, and there's others who decide to opt to own it as an individual instead. The main difference there is under the new UK rules, well, it's been around for a while now, there is a higher rate of tax at 25% in the UK. The threshold for that tax is divisible by the number of companies in the group. That includes worldwide groups. So you may end up having a UK subsidiary, which now suddenly falls into 25% tax instead of 19% tax. And equally, the thresholds for audit may be coming into play if you're part of a large group that's an overseas group. It's not a standalone UK company requirement only. So as I said earlier, those are the main bits. Capital gains tax increasing, stamp duty increasing are the main aspects. People thought as part of the budget the Chancellor would go after inheritance tax, but there was a swift move away from that to capital gains tax instead. But with tax, there's so many rules and sub-rules. It's best to have a conversation in respect of the circumstances that any business is actually in or individual.
Thank you. I mean, panelists, before I put questions to the room, if there are questions towards this, is there anything else that you would like to add or put forward if we haven't already discussed the point?
Just to conclude, I know I may be biased because I'm a Londoner, a Cypriot Londoner, but I do think that the last 10 years have been very difficult for London. I think we're definitely seeing the worst of it behind us, and London is on the upward trajectory. So it's an exciting time to jump in, and there's amazing experts in the room that can help you do that. So if you've been poised and waiting to enter the London market or expand the London market, then now is the time to do it, and mark my words.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
I can only echo what Alex has just said. Alex mentioned earlier that there are a lot of investors, I guess, holding fire or waiting to see what would happen. I think now that the new government's come in, the anticipation of the budget, for example, I think investors are just now going full pelt and going for it. And we've seen it already, and I think it's gonna grow even more. So if there are investors out there, now's the time, I think, as well.
The non-dom rules are changing for their overseas aspect of income. There's a new rule moving away from the remittance-based rules at the moment. Again, I think it depends on their individual circumstances as well. And as I said earlier, I think if you've got a commercial or other reason that you need to do something, then taxes are something that people do need to think about, but I think it shouldn't detract away from whatever it is that, the commercial or whatever it is.
I think I have to say that a lot of our client base is from overseas. So if they did stop, it would wipe us out completely. We haven't seen anything stopping them. The commercialities of investing in London, in the UK, the possible opportunities and the returns and the safety behind the investments. I think from what I'm seeing from the activity of our clients, I think it hugely overrides these potential tax implications that affect the UK investors, right? They're just if there are changes, they're just going to fall into line with the UK investors. But there is a lot of activity from overseas. I mean, a lot of well-known Cypriot families that have been active in past years in real estate. Over the last year and a half, they've been very, very active.
So where we've had quite a few discussions with some families recently in the build-up to the budget, where they've held some property personally that they wanted to transfer to family members. There is a chance that you could get caught under double tax under that. So if you hold property for a buy-to-let, for example, you transfer it to your child, in theory, that should be subject to capital gains tax in the first instance. It then still forms part of an individual's estate for 7 years. So if the individual was to then pass away within the 7 years, they would also then be caught under inheritance tax purposes as well. Just to caveat, inheritance tax doesn't apply for husband to wife or spouse to spouse. But if the individual was to transfer to their child, they could be caught under both capital gains tax and inheritance tax purposes. Shares could be the same thing. Yeah. Again, it's a slightly different case with shares, and depending on the type of business it is, there may be some business relief available. But if it's a non-trading business, it would probably fall under the same circumstances. If it's a UK individual, they'll be caught under the UK law. So if they had shares anywhere in the world or assets anywhere in the world, that would probably fall under their capital gains tax and then inheritance tax rules for the UK. So the income itself is not subject necessarily to tax and inheritance tax or capital gains tax. One of the changes with the inheritance tax rules that's coming is that at the moment, anything in pension doesn't fall inside inheritance tax. That's going to change from 2027. And so there could be inheritance tax on a pension asset, for example, if that's yielding assets. So rental income, if you own the asset, and you'll be caught under the income tax rules for the asset generating aspect of that, and then potentially capital gains on the sale of that asset. Yeah, we've got a circular, we've got a document that I can share as well with you if you'd like. Yeah, just come talk. Yeah, you'll talk to me after the break, and I can send it to the series.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you to our second panelist there, enlightening us on real estate and other investment opportunities in London. Moving on now to our next panel, and discussion will have Cyprus at the heart of it. Also talking about real estate and other investment opportunities, however, this time in Cyprus. We have Sava Savidis, partner at Michael Kyprianou & Co., LLC law firm, managing partner of the Bafos office. Fivos Theodorou, head of sales and business development, Property Gallery Developers and Constructors Limited. Managing director at Lefteris Livathiotis and Sons, Panikos L. Livathiotis. And Stelios Chavagis, chief legal and head corporate services at Wise Wolves Group. Moderating this panel will be Nick Nicolaou, partner in audit services in EY Cyprus.
From my side as well, congratulate Savas once again for the organization of this event for yet another year, and thank him twice a year, actually, one in Cyprus this year as well. Just a brief welcome also to our distinguished panelists. Here on my right is Stelios Habagias, Chief of Legal and Head of Corporate Services at Wise Wolves. Panikos Livadiotis, Managing Director at Lefteris Livadiotis and Sons, Developers. Savas Savidis, Partner at Michael Kyprianou Law Firm, and Managing Partner of the Paphos Office. So we have a Paphos representative as well, after all. And Fivos Theodorou, the Head of Sales and Business Development, Property and Gallery Developers and Construction, Limassol, a Limassol-based Limassol fund there. Paphos, Larnaca. So it's, yes, no Nicosia this year. No Nicosia. I can support Nicosia. I can support Nicosia.
Your best.
Okay, I know that we have some presentations, so may I invite maybe Fivos to make a presentation first?
Great pleasure always to be in London. Well done, Mr. Savas, for getting us all together. So I will try to be short so we have more time to elaborate on the panel with the co-panelists today. So we will, I will share with you a few slides about Cyprus, things that we have been discussing or following earlier this morning in other panels. First of all, I would like to highlight about the permanent residents. Things are changing, trends are changing, and a few years ago in London, I would be elaborating about holiday home in the sun. But nowadays, with Brexit, permanent residency is back on the track and presenting here in Cyprus, in London. So permanent residency is related to investment immigration program and is eligible to the main investor, spouse, and kids under terms and conditions. Going further, some of the benefits of making an investment in Cyprus. Nowadays, we follow the upcoming changes with the non-dom in UK. And I think and I believe one of the major reasons for Cyprus on the highlight nowadays is a tax planning solution. And if I am correct, I think there is approximately 75,000 high net worth individuals in UK that they are looking to relocate or find alternative solutions. And Cyprus is among the top candidates when it comes to non-dom tax residency and tax planning solution. Moving forward, this is another highlight about Cyprus being one of the jurisdictions that comes on board with the Cyprus non-dom. It's something that we have been highlighting and discussing through the previous panels as well in the morning. And in Cyprus, you will find providers that we have here on the panel as well, that we can say that we offer one-stop shop solutions by all means. So dealing with foreign investors and foreign buyers, it's very important the level of service and the guidance and support that you will provide to them, A to Z, in order to make sure that you can execute and you can deliver what your investor is expecting to get in return, which is a comprehensive package and a comprehensive solution. Now, coming to Cyprus real estate, we can see the numbers, and this is something that we can strongly say that Cyprus is a very strong and resilient real estate market. We see over the recent years that there is high demand of investors. And what I would like to mention, and we as property developers, what we see on the market trends nowadays, it's three pillars of investors. The first pillar is people that they are looking for relocation, or let me go back and rephrase, people that they are looking for permanent living, whether that is related for relocation, whether that is related for a tax planning solution. The second pillar, we have investors looking to buy to let, or with more aggressive attitude, buy to flip. And the third pillar of investors, we see people buying for lifestyle or for holiday purposes. Now, Cyprus is a very small island, and here we can see there is a very fair and a very good distribution about real estate, especially in the south coast of the island. Limassol is the financial capital, so by all means and with all my respect to the other cities, Paphos and Larnaca, referring to the south coast, is the leader. However, to be ethically correct, I would like to highlight that business, they are nowadays shifting both to the city of Larnaca and to the city of Paphos. And I believe dear colleague Friends Panikos will elaborate about the trends of Larnaca later. Moving forward, we can see high demand of foreign transactions, foreigners buying in Cyprus. They are all related to the three pillars that I have mentioned to you in the previous slide. And this is what we experience in Cyprus nowadays, especially since we have the headquartering relocation incentives. The government, they are incentivizing foreign young professionals, expats coming to Cyprus. They're incentivizing relocation, and by all means, there is a new demand of real estate. As a matter of fact, when we have companies relocating to Cyprus, the first point of entry is on the rental market. So when there is an establishment of an expat in Cyprus with a substance like employment contract, immigration permit, proof of address, a few years later, they are looking to enter into the buyer's market. So there is a good distribution between rental market and buyer's market. Moving forward, a few words about Property Gallery. We are an award-winning property developer and constructor based in the city of Limassol. We are proudly developing for more than 23 years now. And we are active in the region of Limassol. We're developing hotels. We are most probably, by all means, one of the top developers in Limassol, developing commercial developments. As the financial capital of Cyprus, Limassol is leading the way for foreign direct investment, FDI. And obviously, coming to residential, we are one of the major developers in the city of Limassol, developing residential developments. I will show you just few options just to understand the trends of buyers in Limassol. This is one of our new developments located in the city. Modern design, contemporary architecture, more young, more fresh, like the vibrant city of Limassol. And here we have a development of 7 blocks. Just to give you an idea, we are offering the option to investors to buy the entire block, the entire development, and we undertake to make property management, including rentals, long-term rentals in Limassol. They are producing good numbers. As a matter of fact, we follow the numbers of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, and we see approximately on an average 5% rental yield on residential developments in Cyprus. And Limassol, we can say very fair, you can produce up to 8% rental yield. And this is something that is already shifting again in the other regions, places like Larnaca and Paphos. This is the same development on an individual breakdown of our units. Again, another development in the city center of Limassol, modern development, downtown. very good investment opportunity. Either you're looking for long-term or short-term rentals, high in demand. And one of my favorite developments, Pissouri Forest Park. I have a very strong connection about this development. It's a project located in the region of Pissouri, which is halfway between two major towns, the city of Paphos and the city of Limassol. It's in the region of Limassol, yet again, only 20 minutes drive from the international airport of Paphos. So looking on this development, since we label it under the Limassol region, the expected rental return will be a lot higher comparing to the neighboring city of Paphos, as rental yields in Limassol can go up to 8% on the long-term rentals. Here we have an ongoing development of approximately 40 houses and a 2-bedroom villa with private garden and private swimming pool, starting prices as little as 380,000 euros, which is a very attractive, good value for money investment opportunity in Cyprus, in the region of Limassol. And moving forward, last but not least, this is our branded development. U Limassol is the first and currently only branded beachfront residential development in Cyprus. This project, it is under construction. It is under the brand of Philip Stark, and if you Google the name or the brand, you will see developments of Philip Stark also here in UK and London as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Panikos Livadiodis. I'm glad to be back to speak to you today in the UK. I came here, I think it's my third time. The first time I came here I came alone. The second time I came with my wife and one daughter. Today I came with my wife, daughter and son on the back. So I guess the fourth time will be with my third child.
Next.
And then I have to call it off. No more events. Okay. It's always a pleasure to follow somebody from Limassol because people from Limassol, they always lead the race in their mind. So it's always a challenge. So I will try to explain to you that Cyprus is not only about the Limassol. The keyword Limassol is a nice one, but Cyprus is about also other cities. So I will very briefly talk about Larnaca today, which many of you know. A quick joke about Larnaca, about the airport, but I will mention it later. So Larnaca, is someone pointing to you? Okay, Larnaca, should I be? It's not working. Isn't it this one?
You see, Larnaca is not working.
Now, see, with some fine tuning, everything works. So back, Larnaca is very briefly where beautiful compact is like today's a promotion, so no negatives, only the positives. Truly authentic, easy access to the islands regions. So from Larnaca, basically, you have direct access to everywhere. We have a location strategically, obviously, on the island, and also Cyprus has strategic location. We have beautiful beaches, rich history and culture, and amazing climate. We do have much more affordable cost of living than the UK, and of course, much more affordable than other cities such as Limassol. The position of Larnaca is shown here. We have one of the most important factors in Larnaca, which is the airport. We're processing 5 million passengers every year. That's a big number. The airport of Larnaca doesn't close at night. Even Heathrow, I believe, at certain hours is closing. Larnaca airport is not closing. The funny joke about the Limassol, I was at an event in China, and somebody from Limassol said, in Limassol we have 2 airports, one on our right and one on our left. Instead of saying that Larnaca has the airport and Paphos. So yes, we have 5 million per year passengers. Finigudas Promenade is something that everybody knows, is very famous. It's a blue flag beach. The terminology blue flag is basically like a HACCP for beaches. Basically, if you are a top-ranked beach, you are a blue flag. So Cyprus, Larnaca has 3 of them, or maybe 4. Finigudas, which is very vibrant. Mackenzie Beach, which is very family-oriented with playgrounds, with cafes, everything. And of course, the nightlife. Our motto of Larnaca and our slogan is, they always come back. We mean the investors come back, the tourists come back, the flamingos come back. So this is our slogan. So if you come to Larnaca, there's a tendency that you will come back to visit again. This is our, we have rich history, the Camares Adequate, Galeb Pasha. So a very important added addition into the decision of an investor to come to a foreign location is education. So usually people will come and say, I will invest for the ROI, for the yield, but what about my kids? It's very important to know that if you do have a robust schooling system, it's very important. So the education in Larnaca, we have amazing schools that provide secondary education, American Academy, been around for 100 and more years, Pascal, Mediterranean High, and we have now secondary, we have higher education. We have colleges, we have many colleges, and we have universities. We have the American University of Cyprus, which envisions to become one of the biggest in the region, in the Mediterranean. So it's a very big university, American university. And also UK standard, UCLan Cyprus, again, high standard university. So we have the whole package, and Maritime Institute. We do have a big master plan that we follow. This is very important. It's not just opportunistic. This is very important. If you have a plan and a strategic implementation of such, then everything goes smooth. So Larnaca phases, if I see the laser here, if it works. So Larnaca as a region is on the beach. You can see that everything is coastal. So Larnaca phase A has been implemented, means that it's a connection of the old city towards Mackenzie. So when we make a phase, it means infrastructure is important. It's not just a nice building for somebody to buy and live in. It's about the people who enjoy it every day. So it's the infrastructure, cycling roads, pedestrian, and docking stations. And then phase B is the most exciting phase. It's over €1 billion phase, €1 billion in the spending. So basically, it's a huge area of land, over 2.5 kilometers, which going to be expanding from the port towards the Oroclini area. And the brand is Larnaca Land of Tomorrow. In case people haven't been hearing about this, it's a massive project, and it's a infrastructure project. It means it's not about only the high rise for Mr. Vladimir to buy and live there. It's about a project that everybody who lives in Cyprus and everybody who visits to enjoy, with restaurants, cycling roads, green areas. So the important things about the project is that is 2.5 kilometers stretch. Imagine 2.5 kilometers of a new area, 350,000 square meters of land, close to the airport, full of trees, 20,000 plus trees to be making this project. So the reason I'm mentioning this is not our project as a company. The reason I'm mentioning this is to explain that for a region to be solid, it needs infrastructure. So in this case, this is what we have here. So, in a few words about our company, we are a construction and developing company based in Larnaca. We've been around for 40 years. We have built houses, apartments, office buildings over these years. We have finished over 80 developments with a lot of clients. We have won numerous awards here in the UK, mainly from, and we have many projects in the pipeline. This is some of our projects that have won some awards, European Property Awards 4 times winners. I look different with that bow tie. And these are some of the awards. And in case you need anything, we have the panel to help you with your questions.
Thank you very much, Panikos.
I'll be very brief. I'm only having this presentation now because I get a lot of questions asking me what exactly Wise Wolves do, and I think just make it a lot easier just to simplify it so that the next time you see me outside, we can just get right into it. Wise Wolves Group, just by way of introduction, I've been a corporate lawyer in Cyprus for the last 15 years, and I joined Wise Wolves just under 2 years ago. The group is a 5 or 6 licensed group, predominantly dealing with finances and investments. The Wise Wolves Finance is our CFR Cyprus investment firm regulated by CySEC that offers portfolio management and investment advice. We have a payment institution as part of the group that helps with payments and opens accounts. We have the Wise Wolves Capital, which is the company that I lead, which offers corporate services. Tokenomica Bridge is our CASP, which is a crypto asset service provider based in Cyprus, regulated by CySEC as well, that deals with digital assets. And we have a company in Dubai called Nobilis Consult that offers corporate services in Dubai as well. So let me just bash through them quickly. I know we haven't got much time. That's the payment institution. That's the corporate services. I'm just going through it quickly because I think Nick wants to ask us a few questions and there's not much time to do that now. So, Tokenomica Bridge, the Swiss side, there's another interesting company that we set up now. We're regulated by FINMA. We're also dealing with crypto assets, and I think it's a good time now to discuss. If anyone wants to ask any questions about crypto assets and digital asset management in Cyprus and in Switzerland, I can discuss with it later with you. Nobilis is our Dubai entity. The company is all about corporate culture. About the owner, Sergei Stopnevich, is a Cyprus passport holder, and he wants to incorporate all the benefits of living in Cyprus to his high net worth clients. The last thing I want to discuss now, just very briefly, is the charitable foundation. It's a very noble cause. It supports families and children who need life-saving operations. And if you guys could just click on the website and have a look at it, it would be most appreciated. All proceeds go 100% towards the children and they're having the operations. And that's it. If you have any questions, come and find me afterwards. Let's get on with the presentations now, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Stelios. Yeah. Okay, Panikos, moving on to Larnaca, definitely increasing 20% from 22, 23, also in absolute terms in value of the transactions, but the number of transactions. Where is this coming from in Larnaca? I know from my portfolio of clients, headquartering, they seem now to maybe prefer Larnaca as office space.
Correct.
Where is it coming from?
First of all, we see this trend, either it's 20%, I do not know the exact number, but what is very important for everybody to understand is that these numbers are driven by cash, by money from their own investors, not from bank loans. Many years ago, there was a lot of hype about borrowing cheap money from the banks, and that was driving the other European countries and everything. Now, you see that all of these investments that are coming into the country not only are not leverage, means that if somebody is buying a property for $500,000, means he has the $500,000 his own. He doesn't have 100,000 and he's borrowing 400,000. So the transactions that we're mentioning is that all of them are money from the owner. Second, and very important, I believe, is that there is extreme KYC, your client, done by the banks, which means all of these transactions that are taking place are from very legit individuals, very legit companies who have been, let's say, checked and double-checked and triple-checked by the banking system, which means it's a very healthy, solid, and this system is creating a very nice, solid momentum. Larnaca has captured a lot of this, in my opinion, because we have been offering what we say value for money approach. The same piece of land or the same apartment in our region is much more value for money, cheaper, if we might say, in comparison to other cities. The reason is because of our business plan. We don't need to make...
And it's still undervalued?
Yes, definitely.
That's why there's a more upside from Larnaca in relation to maybe Limassol.
Definitely still undervalued. Definitely there is room to grow because construction per square meter, either you're building in a different region, either you're building in Larnaca, the construction might vary up and down 5–10%. It's the same cement. We all buy from Basilico. We all buy from the same suppliers. So there is, so the margins investing in Larnaca, I believe, are much greater. Yes.
Okay. And Stelios also based in Larnaca. Limassol, your corporate clients, where are they from? Because I know you're heading the corporate.
Yeah, the group predominantly has a client base from CIS countries, so former Soviet and Russia. But of course, all these clients
has not decreased the last years after the war.
It's changed. It hasn't decreased. It's just changed. So pre-war, you would get individuals coming to Cyprus to take advantage of the citizenship scheme. So they were investing in big projects for the 2 million plus. I mean, one of my clients at the law firm that I worked at previously from Property Galleries actually bought a 12 million property and the Sapphire building actually, and a very good return on that investment. Very high return, and even now, I mean, so this is why it's changing now. The kind of investors that you get, because, for example, that building, I'm going to give an example. At the time when he was renting it out, we thought, he's never going to be able to rent it out for that long term. The tenants left, and they replaced them with more tenants, even higher return. So, I mean, there is a high demand in Limassol for high quality, modern commercial buildings. Is predominantly what they're looking for, and residential. So when the scheme stopped, people assumed that nobody's going to buy these 2 million plus apartments. But I mean, I don't know. There's an attraction to Cyprus that for some reason every time there's a scheme or that we find a way to attract these investors. I mean, someone mentioned earlier that Cyprus was bankrupt like 10 years, 12 years ago, and we thought, it was going to be disaster.
Always find a way to.
We always find a way, and there's always a scheme or there's always some sort of incentive for people to come.
The Cyprus residency scheme, does that help?
Well, the new scheme now. So the big thing that we're getting a lot at the group is the BCS status companies. So you're getting people wanting to set up their companies in Cyprus, and this new scheme where they can apply and help get their employees get residency in Cyprus is a big incentive. So yeah, there's always some sort of incentive or scheme that's going to make way that the people are attracting to come to Cyprus.
And what structures are there the most popular for the foreign investors? They set up a holdco.
It depends, because you get investors that want them directly on their name just for personal reasons. They just like it to be directly on them. But we always advise to get to buy each property separately with a different company, so that in case you want to sell in the future, you can just sell the shares in the company. It makes it much more straightforward than having to transfer the title deed of the property.
And the non-dom obviously helps a lot. Obviously, anybody living in the UK, for example, for more than 17 years, they can come back to Cyprus and enjoy the non-dom benefits. So dividends are tax-free, interest is tax-free. So that's another incentive anyway for expats from here, but obviously the CIS countries as well. On a legal question, I mean, there's always been this question about trapped investor owners that they didn't get a title deed. Has this stopped now? Is there a safeguard? I know that this used to be 10-20 years ago. I mean, obviously you know that as well. We can discuss it together, but there is safeguards for this.
Well,
is there an exit?
This is one of the.
Is it common now, or
no? Well, no. Actually, this is one of the negatives that we've all been talking about the benefits and the pros of Cyprus, but there's a recent development actually that. So there was a law that was initiated about 5 or 6 years ago. I'm not sure exactly when, for the trapped buyers law, so that if a developer had built the property and you'd paid off the developer, there was a way that someone who had submitted their contract, the land registry, could force, through an application to get the title deed transferred onto their name. Now, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who you're representing, the banks got a court case in their favor, finding that this law was unconstitutional, which basically means that anyone now, that you can't apply now for this new application, and that you can't transfer your title into your name. So people who have an issue with their building, for example, maybe the developer didn't build it to standard or to code, and they're not issuing the title deed, these people are stuck now with not being able to transfer the title into their name. But maybe Mihaly can, Mihaly from the Gibriano can elaborate on this with the Intrap buyers.
Yeah, actually, yes, we had taken a lot of initiative in relations with these Stelios indeed. As MK, sorry, when I say MK, I mean Michael Gibriano. Yes, because indeed it's affecting thousands of buyers, but I mean, it's not only affecting buyers, it's affecting the reputations of Cyprus as well. Because a lot of people that was relying on these trap buyers applications, and after the judgments of the High Court where it rules that it's unconstitutional, the whole process, then everything has blocked. I understand, however, that on the government's level, at the moment, there is discussions in order to bypass this problem. So let's see it from the positive side, which I understand also that the government itself has put recently some conditions down, how they're going to bring this back in a way that it will not be unconstitutional, but it will be on a way that actually it will assist all these buyers that they are trapped at the moment and they cannot get their title deeds. All these problems are problems which we saw them through the years happening over and over again. And allowed me now just to say one more thing here. And we saw the non-performing loans problems, which was going on for a long time, and then the banks was repossessing, and there was not giving any chance in order to give a chance to the owners to reconditionate their loans in order to be able
to restructure.
To restructure, bravo, that's the word I was looking for. And the banks was repossessing them without anyone's objections over to them. That was another, and still is a problem on the property market.
Yeah, I mean, in 2023, there was around 900 million in value still restructuring of loans, in relation to 100 million in 2022. So it's still there. I know the banks are also cautious to lend because they're afraid of a new wave of NPL, so it's cautious.
Yes, true, yes.
And I don't know how this affects...
This is very important, though, when people are buying property from developers, to buy from developers who have no mortgages, no loans, and ask for a land registry search prior to the purchase. So people are getting more educated, people are getting more thoughtful, and so sometimes it's not about how big or how beautiful a property is, it's about does it have a mortgage. If it doesn't, it's a very good news. It means that the owner has paid for it in cash, is building for it with his own money. So it's imperative to understand that these problems are not around the properties, only for properties who have been leveraged either by the buyer or by the
So it's good to perform a good due diligence before buying.
That's true. And what Panikos just said now, let's inform as well our people here that indeed there is an internal regulations from the Land Register Office where they put it as a conditions that attached to the contract of sale to be a land registry search certificate where indicates exactly if there is any encumbrance, mortgages. So basically the buyer acknowledged from the beginning the legal circumstances around the property. So it's another good development on property market that at least is a conditions. And what the time frame is that 5 days prior the signing of the contract. So at least it's very recent one. It's not a matter of providing a search certificate that is done last month.
Correct. Fiwas, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I wanted to elaborate on that. When it comes to a transaction of real estate, that's why we have third parties like Savas and Stelios to make the due diligence for the investment asset. And also we have procedures regulated from the authorities to safeguard the buyer And this is what Savas has correctly said. When you launch the contract of property purchase with the authorities, the developer is obliged to produce a fresh 5 days search from the Land Registry Department. Another thing very important for the transaction to go smooth is the preliminary discussions that the developer will have or will consult with the investor or buyer. And this is what Panicos said, very correct, the KYC. Right. So is a compliance of the buyer with the AML regulations. So by all means, the real estate market in Cyprus is regulated nowadays and safeguarded in that extent that when you do your homework, nothing can go wrong. In contrast, you have a safe and secure investment. And I'm glad that I saw Stelios mentioning a real case scenario with Property Gallery with one of our investors that...
Yeah, I mean, I'm often asked by some potential buyers, investors, clients, can I use the developer's lawyer to, and the answer is no. I mean, get your own lawyer to perform a due diligence, who is not biased, is independent. So that's very, very important.
Very important, because the first things that we do as a lawyers is we do what we call conflict of interest, okay? Exactly. I mean, before you take over a case, the first thing that you need to do is to check if there is a conflict of interest before taking over a case, an individual case of a client. So the developers as well, they need to do the same thing. Is not, I would say that it's an implications to them in order to do that. And also, I mean, if they have their own legal team, that legal team is in relation to advise the developers themselves, not to advise the buyers of the developers.
Okay, if it was just one on Limassol, I mean, the prices there's been an increase in 23 from 22. In Cyprus from 4 to 10%, Limassol being on the higher end towards the 10. So why should, somebody invest in Limassol rather than, say, in the UK, for example? Because there's a positive still outlook. Mm-hmm. Correct. And now I think with I predict that there's going to be a fall in the interest rates. Okay, this also affects the UK as well, the property market, but also in Cyprus. So, because we see really, locals, they're saying we cannot buy in Limassol, we cannot rent, there's not enough space. Why, still somebody, clients from the audience here or even themselves invest in Limassol?
Okay.
I'm not challenging you. I'm just giving you the floor to explain why.
This is a fact that I always debate with a lot of friends. Starting from locals, there is locals that they benefit from the situation as well, as they are part of the city's growth. Well, simple. If you go on Google Maps and you see the center of Limassol, there is no land available. So this is reflected to the pricing policy or the margins of the developer, with the cost of purchase of the land being on the high rise. Still, we see that in the city, there is expansion, there is new areas. A few years ago, it was far away from reality to consider that the west part of Limassol could be one of the upcoming residential neighborhoods, but nowadays it is. We have seen that the city, they gave incentives in places like east part of Limassol and west part of Limassol to reform the areas from agricultural or industrial areas with some specific developments, such as our development, New Limassol. It's a large-scale development in the east part, so it's shaping a new direction in the city. Going to the west part of Limassol, we see new projects like a new golf resort and the casino that they are adding value and they're changing the infrastructure of the city, and obviously going above the motorway. A few years ago, the motorway was like far away from the city. By all means, nowadays it's going through the city. So yes, there is high cost, but there is efforts from the authorities and the business lobbying to expand the building areas. And still, yes, I encourage investors to buy in Limassol. With all my respect,
in Cyprus.
Yes, it is. With all my respect, it's still the financial capital of Cyprus, and there is high income producing properties.
All right. Okay. All right. Because Savas is nodding.
Yeah. Nick, I just
yes.
need to say something that we touch something. Savas is, I saw him that he's watching his watch anyway. But
the previous one overran. It's not
We're gonna take
Savas.
questions now.
Yes.
We're gonna take questions.
It's a previous one that overran. We are on time. Yes.
Something that we touched, but we didn't explore. Okay.
Expand.
And expand further the discussion. I mean, it's the AML and the anti-money regulations, which is affecting the property market as well. And something that I see happening a lot of times as MK again talking. And when we have with our offices in other jurisdictions, like in Malta, which is still Europe, Greece, and other jurisdictions that we have physical presence in, it makes me wonder why in Cyprus we see it differently.
We are more strict, you mean?
Yes, exactly.
We are. I think we've gone to the other extreme. This
yes,
is what I think.
And this is worrying. I mean, why we went to...
They wanted to prove that we are not...
scenarios. And I think this is something that we need to be educate ourselves a little bit more, including the banks as well, because at the end of the day, is the bank's decisions whether we'll accept the funds or not, irrelevantly what you're going to be providing from your end about the KYC and the due diligence on and the source of funds and everything. I believe that we need to concentrate a little bit more to educate the staff that deals with KYC and especially bankers, because sometimes you're receiving questions as well that you're wondering
why.
Yes, why?
I think this tone must come from maybe the central bank, from the government.
Yes.
So this is something that should be, the message should be come from there, that we've really gone to the other side now, to the other extreme. Anyway, okay, just as a summary, I don't know if anybody wants to add. I think it's been resilient, the real estate market in Cyprus. It's healthy. There is a high yield. We have a very strong legal framework. Okay, from the banking side, yes, as has been mentioned, we need some improvements. So we are more, I would say, not flexible, but realistic maybe sometimes.
I mean, the challenges that we've already touched upon already, I mean, one of the big ones is with the banks, definitely is one of the challenges. They're overzealous with their questioning and the kind of documentation they require. So bringing the money into Cyprus is quite a challenge. Another thing that we should mention as well, I mean, so even though the property might have a title deed, it doesn't mean necessarily that it's all going to be plain sailing. Often you say, okay, the property has a clean title deed, and you go to purchase the property, but it doesn't represent what you can see on the title than what actually practically is actually there, physically there in person as well. So I mean, carrying out the most important thing is to get good legal advice and independent legal advice. So just like Sava said, you want to make sure that this person is representing you. It'll cost you, a few €1,000 or depending on the price of the property. But it's definitely worth investing in a good lawyer who's going to take the time to discuss. I mean, maybe there's a memo, but it doesn't mean that it's the end of the transaction. You can still there's ways to work around that. You can get releases. There's different ways that you can arrange these things with the bank. So just because there's a memo or a charge on the property doesn't mean that it's the end of the transaction. There's always ways to solve the solution.
Well, what I want to say, we have a government representative here. I hope you can convey the message that we want more fast-track procedures in order to move forward with the FDI in Cyprus, and not only with the FDI.
And the other point as well, since you mentioned this up, is the fact that since the Brexit, and all the UK nationals are now third country nationals, and they need the permissions from the district office in order to buy in Cyprus. You can imagine the delay from the district offices now to issue one permit. It could take up to 3 months to respond to an application, which again, I mean, for what reason?
It's a deterrent.
Yes, which again is another issue that the government needs to take seriously into considerations, because the numbers have increased because of the Brexit, but the staff that dealings with it remain the
You're
same.
talking about Council of Minister approval.
Council of Ministers approval, exactly, yes.
But that's just procedural, but still you have to do it.
Yes.
It's unnecessary, I agree with you.
It's unnecessary, and sometimes, yes, makes you wonder, because the Council of Ministers approvals, what is it exactly? They check in whether the third country national can buy one or maximum two, not more than two properties. And I'm wondering, you're walking down to the land register office, and anyway, at the time that you transfer in title deeds or lodging contract of sales, you can easily check on the records of the land register office if that specific person owns 2 or 3 properties. So actually, from that point, they can check. But what they're doing at the moment is the district officers that they're reviewing the Council of Ministers applications. They're doing the job of the district of the land register office, which in my opinion is completely unnecessary, and it's a waste of time, and it's blocking as well the whole process.
So a lot of messages there from for to take home. Okay, thank you very much.
I want to invite Savas Kiragidis up here for this next part. And it is a special moment with special awards for some of the delegates and businesses here, offering a big thank you. We're going to start with an award for our main speaker, Permanent Secretary of the Minister of Labour and Social Insurance of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Kostas Hadjipanayiotou. Next, we would like to invite Michalis Antoniou here onto the stage, Director General of Cyprus Employers and Industrialists Federation. TY would also like to extend a thank you to associate sponsors Spectre, Constant and Williams, please. To associate sponsors Quantuma, please. You can come, Konstantinos Ioann. Long-time participation and support. I can invite Savas Savridis from MK & Co to the stage to accept his award. A thank you now to Philippos Raptopoulos e White Cyprus. The next award is for Giovanni Gouzalis from CEO TaylorMade Solutions. finally, to celebrate the upcoming event, can we have Agati Nicolau? Thank you. We're going to be continuing now with the conference events. And next up, a segment, we will enjoy speeches updating us on interesting subjects. Very intriguing. Let's warmly welcome Konstantinos Ioannou, Managing Director and Head of Cyprus from associate sponsors Quantuma.
Thank you.
I'm also going to take this opportunity to welcome Faisal Baden, co-founder and managing partner of Zenetus Global, to talk about the enterprise to AI. If you can also come and take a seat. And Maria Athanasiou, founder of Athanasiou and Associates LLC, as well as Master Strategic, lecturer in maritime law and legal trainer in oil and gas, who will be moderating this segment. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to Savas for organizing this event once again. It has become a forum for seeing familiar and friendly faces. Nice to see you all. Many thanks to the distinguished guests. And I'm going to talk to you. I mean, it was very insightful and very interesting to listen to the previous panelists talking about the UK and the Cyprus property market. The last few years have been very challenging, but it's good to be back on track. So I want to talk to you about the distress, the real estate market in Cyprus. I can proceed with this, yes. Before I do that, let me tell you who Quantuma are. By the way, I'm Konstantinos Ioannou. I'm managing the Cyprus subsidiary of Quantuma International. I don't know what's going on here. Right. We are an international organization offering it's changing by itself, offering an array of services to corporates and individuals. And it's not coming up. It's not working. Right. Our headquarters are in London, are in England. We have 26 offices across the globe. We'll see some of them later. The firm was established in 2013 in London. Cyprus was the first international office. It was co-founded by Andrew Andronicou and myself. We have 400 plus employees across the globe, 45 partners or managing directors, as we call ourselves. And what do? We act like doctors for corporates and individuals, and we offer most of the financial and advisory services that an organization would seek, from restructuring and insolvency to asset tracing to disputes, investigations and valuations, tax advisory, financial advisory, and others. When it comes to cross-border, since we're talking about an international setup, very interesting assignments in cross-border restructuring, asset tracing and recovery. We have asset traced and recovered assets in practically all over the globe. We're specialists in forensic accounting, business transactions. We resolve business disputes, most of the time successfully. We mitigate risk, and we do restructuring and insolvency, as previously said, and corporate finance and other services. This is where our offices are located. Cyprus being the first one, as we said, led by Andrew and myself. We have offices in Hong Kong, Vietnam, Singapore. We have a joint venture in Mauritius. We have offices in the Middle East and a business license, a newly acquired one in Saudi Arabia. We have offices in the Cayman and the British Virgin Islands, and we are assisted by our very experienced team in London. And this is some of the places where we have performed and engagements, as you can see, practically all over the globe. We're a small team in Cyprus, only 6 people, but we are supported in everything we do by our partners in London and our offices across the globe. Now, since most of the presentations the last 2-3 hours have been about the property market, I'll continue on the same track. Now, we will go through the current market outlook. Now, we have faced, not only in Cyprus, but across the globe, pretty challenging years of the last 12, 13 years. In Cyprus, following the demise of the economy in 2012, 2013, the memorandum by the Troika, the imposition of restrictions, then as soon as we got out of that and we thought that we would be practically okay, we were hit by the COVID incidents where for a couple of years everything froze. And as soon as that was finished and we thought that the economy would have resumed, people started fighting across the globe. Mr. Putin decided to invade Ukraine. And a spiral started after that. And of course, lately we've seen the developments in the Middle East. What we've seen is the weakening of the euro from 1.2 against the dollar. It practically reached parity around the end of 2022. We've also seen inflation in Cyprus rise to unprecedented levels, reaching practically 8% in 2022. And although we're back at much more stable and lower figures, still we have a lot of ground to catch. Now, what we've seen, especially regarding the construction's material prices, is that after the war in Ukraine, they rose by practically 25%. They seem to have now stabilized to around 15% above the levels of pre-Ukraine war. But that 15% is expected to be here to stay. And that affects the property market in Cyprus to a very large extent. Another factor which is affecting the economy is the interest rate. The interest rates in the Eurozone, following the war in Ukraine and following the decision of the European Central Bank to control inflation by raising interest rates, which is what economists do, which doesn't always work, as we've seen in this case. Now, inflation had risen to, the interest rate had risen to above 4% when it was practically zero before the war, or almost zero, and it has started falling lately, although it is expected to stabilize around 2%, but that will take another year or so for that to take effect. And here we have what we previously discussed, the ineffectiveness of the Cyprus authorities to issue building permits, because, and what we see here, this spike, so it was previously between 500 to 100 building permits, new building permits issued every year, or every month, sorry. What we saw in June 2024, prior to the imposition of the new legislation which affected what we discussed earlier, the district authorities handling building permits and related issues, everybody rushed to finish with their building permits, and there was an effort by the government to issue as many as possible before we went into the new regime. And after we went into the new regime, first of all, July and August were frozen months, nothing happened. It was supposed to start on 1st September, the new regime, but we saw that they were not ready. Practically, they're still getting ready, and that has affected negatively the property market because no building permits are being issued, at least not to the levels of previous months. We do hope that the matter will be resolved as soon as possible, but the government needs to significantly intervene. So, despite all this, and despite the rising interest rates, despite the high inflation, despite the significantly increased construction costs, demand in Cyprus as regards the property market still continues to exceed supply for the reasons that we've previously seen. Because there's many refugees that came from the Ukraine war, because there's many foreigners investing in Limassol, Paphos and Larnaca, because there's many Israelis investing in Cyprus, because they feel that Cyprus is close enough and far away enough for them to feel safe. So yes, I do agree with the previous panelists that whatever happens in the region, and Cyprus is where it is and it would not move, it will always be next to Turkey, our friends. It will always be very close to the Middle East and the turbulent countries of Israel, Palestine, Syria, Libya. Things are changing. But Cyprus, over the last 50 years after independence, has seen itself in the end benefit from all the regional wars and turbulences and negative affairs that have taken place. So as supply continues as demand continues to exceed supply, we're now going to talk about the distressed assets market. Now, distressed property, if you look it up, you will see that it will refer to assets, property estates or assets that are sold or that are transacted at significantly lower levels than market price, which is not always the case. Now, in Cyprus, it was the case in the early years following the demise of the economy. So when the economy went bust, there was an over-leveraging of companies and individuals because, I don't know if you remember, most Cypriots would remember, it was so easy to get a loan then that if you wanted to go on holiday, there were certain adverts that used to say, call this number and we will give you €2,000 by just a phone call. No commitments, no securities. So it was in the DNA of the Cypriots to get loans for everything. This over-leveraging of Cypriot companies and Cypriot individuals partly led to the demise of the economy. There were other issues which caused that, but we'll not go into those. Now, so when the companies found it hard and they were pressed by the bankers to repay the money they had borrowed, they started seeking quick exits. And in those years, between 2013 and 2018, the meaning of distressed property market existed in Cyprus. It did not after, and we will talk about that. There was a time, around 2013, that from the 80 billion total lending that existed within the Cyprus banking system, 40 billion of that, half of it was non-performing, which is an astronomical percentage. I mean, there are certain countries where people get concerned when the NPL ratio reaches 7, 8, or 10%. We had 50%. And you will see that that ratio has fallen down to less than 5% over the years. We will see why. Right. From the 50% ratio that it was in 2015, and even higher, now we're practically around 5% or even less. What we can see, there were certain critical dates. Up to here, the banks were trying internally to deal on their own with the non-performing loans, and there was huge pressure from the Troika to do so. So what happened was that they started selling loan portfolio. The first big loan portfolio was sold by Bank of Cyprus to Gordian being an Apollo investment fund subsidiary. The second tranche took place in late 2020. That was when the Bank of Cyprus sold it to the second tranche. And that's when Hellenic Bank sold its big NPL portfolio. And then, around 2022, Alpha Bank sold another huge portfolio. So this is a picture of the banking system. So what we're saying here is that in the banking system today, there are not many NPLs. All the NPLs that left the banking system has gone into the debt managing companies, the Gordian, the Apollo, the Themis, and the Skycac, the subsidiary of Cerberus. Now, in the first period, from 2013 to 2018, the available exit route for the secured creditor, the banks, was mainly restructuring, consensual restructuring, with consensual debt for asset swaps, which worked. It worked if the debtor was cooperative. If the debtor was not cooperative, they appointed receivers. And the receivers, like us, went into the companies, they acquired possession of the assets, and they tried to liquidate those assets in order to give the banks their dues. The concept of foreclosure existed, but it was not heavily used because there were lots of gaps which the debtors used to exploit, and they used to delay the process and sometimes even block it. So, as we previously mentioned, there was the sale of the NPLs, which started in 2018. So and here we come to the last 5 years, when effective lobbying or the realization that NPLs were not being reduced forced the authorities to strengthen the foreclosure process and make it extremely simple to follow and very difficult to challenge. So this is where the foreclosure process is now accounting for, I would say, 90% of the solutions that are given for NPLs. Coupled with the fact that the debt servicing companies which invested in acquiring the NPL portfolio have a very strict approach because they want to get their money's worth. And what we've seen is the involvement of IPs lessening. And many of the IPs that we have on the island, by the way, we have about 450 insolvency practitioners on the registrar of the insolvency department. Many of those are now acting for the debtors as opposed to acting for the banks, because there's not much work to go around. And let's talk about now what we do. Because we were perceived as an extension of the banks, especially in the first 5 years, in the period between 2013 to 2018-19, we have acquired a very negative aura, and would they see us as people trying to intrude into other people's businesses and steal the assets and give it to the banks? Yeah, there's this misconception, which is quite unfortunate, but how can we eradicate that? By acting in a very professional way and by explaining to people that what we do has to be done, and it's a repercussion of their own actions. Anyway, apart from that, what do we do in the end? Which we return assets to the real economy. So we take problematic assets and make them healthy. We repay preferential and government debts, and by preferential we're talking about employee salaries which have not been paid, social insurance contributions which have not been paid, all these things that would not have been paid had the company been liquidated or had the asset been foreclosed. And we resolve major problems concerning the real estate, such as the issue of title deeds. Now, we touched upon previously upon the trapped buyers law, which was declared unconstitutional. That, of course, only affects purchases made prior to 2015, if I'm not mistaken. And several thousand of those people still remain trapped. So through a receivership, that obstacle could be circumvented. And of course, we maintain employment, which is crucial, because when we get appointed as receivers, because many of our 70 insolvent appointments that we have carried out as quantuma with our team during the last 7-8 years, many of those appointments were trading receiverships. And what we did was go in, we maintained the trading of the company, we kept the people employed, we secured their pensions, their social insurance contributions, sold the business as going concern, and the people did not lose their job. It's as simple as that. So we've achieved that through the fact that we have a very strong and dedicated team, the fact that we are one of the very few receiver teams that specialize in trading receiverships and take the risk of trading a business, which is not something that many are willing to take. We have no conflict whatsoever, and we remain focused on delivering the best result. So what lies ahead as far as the future of the property market in Cyprus? I think we've touched upon this with the previous panelists, and I think the feeling is positive despite the very challenging conditions that we're facing. As we've seen, demand is expected to continue to exceed supply. Available land, has to be said, and it was mentioned by a couple of the previous panelists, is getting lesser and lesser. The delay in the issue of new permits has to be addressed. The decrease in interest rates will continue and will stabilize in probably a year's time. And as we previously said, construction costs have stabilized at 15%, one would say, above the pre-Ukraine war levels. What is key is that despite Cyprus being located, as we previously said, next to troublesome areas, it is still considered as a safe destination. We have seen the market change, and we now see that houses are smaller, more affordable in inverted commas. And as far as the NPL market is concerned, we will continue to have non-performing loans, but at a much reduced rate. And the economy will continue on a much more healthier note. This from me.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? All right, great. Thank you very much for organizing this wonderful event. Distinguished guests, my name is Faisal Baidoun. I'm the managing partner at Zenetis Global. Zenetis was started in North America, in Canada and the US back in 2000. And since 2011, Cyprus has been our headquarters. We have operations in multiple countries. And right now we have over 80 consultants operating and serving over 500 clients. The company initially started in California, and we were in charge of digitizing the masters. This means that we were taking the reels of movies and we were turning them digital. This has enabled services such as Netflix and Prime and everything else that we see on our tablets and on our TVs today. Since the mid-2000s, Zenetis has been a Microsoft partner. We were the first in the entire region to deploy a cloud-based ERP. And we are servicing now from Cyprus over 45 different countries, customers in over 45 different countries. Today's agenda is going to be about the path and the journey to AI. And we're going to talk about why AI, what's so compelling about AI, why is it the buzzword on everyone's mouth, what are the prerequisites to get to AI as an organization, and we'll give you a bit of a taste of the journey based on what our customers are doing and show you how, if you're interested in getting your organization to take advantage of AI, what are the steps that you would need to take. So let's dive in. Okay, why is AI so compelling? So AI, even though everyone uses it as ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is really helping out millions upon millions of individuals and is bringing a lot of positive attention to the technology. It's a combination of 4 different aspects of technology. And when these aspects come together, they bring more value than ever before. We're talking about cloud technology, about connectivity, connecting the solutions that we have together on the cloud. Then automating the processes between these solutions, and finally plugging in AI in order to make things a lot more efficient and a lot more intuitive. But what's driving this? It's being driven by the complexity of decisions that we have to make today. There's so much more data available to us in order to make a decision. And this is where AI is really, really helpful in order to help us pull together the right data and make the most informed decision. There's also the changing demographic of the workforce. Right now, 38% of the workforce, and when I say workforce, these are your employees, investors, vendors, customers, 38% of them are millennials or Gen Zs. Gen Zs are born into technology. They know what technology can do, and they will not hesitate to demand that they get these efficiencies out of the technologies that are out there. By 2030, millennials and Gen Zs are going to represent 58% of the workforce. This is quite a number, which means that more than half of your customers, vendors, investors, employees are going to be from this demographic, and they're going to demand this technology. Also, the general connected client. When we look at analysis out there, you will see that people are interacting with their devices almost once every 15 seconds. So Apple, Samsung, Google, they are giving these automations and these advantages to their users, to their subscribers. So even your layman is quite familiar with what the technology can do. And if you're not providing it to them, your competition will. And the regional impact of AI, we're talking about Europe here. It's poised to impact about 10% of the European GDP. That's about 2 trillion euros, to put things into nominal numbers. So the journey to AI, it starts with the cloud. The first step is getting to the cloud. And everyone's talking about real estate and the real estate market. So I'm going to put it in real estate terms. AI is the furniture in the house. It's the furniture. In order to take your furniture and put it in the right place, first you need to lay the foundation. Then you need to build a structure. Then you need to finish the house. And then you bring the foundation, you put it in. So cloud, that is the foundation. If you're not on the cloud, you're still, as we say in Cyprus, in the khurafa. You're still in the open land. So it's very important to get to the cloud. It's very important to leverage the cloud. The cloud's amazing because it helps us scale up or down very quickly. It also helps us with accessibility. And it also helps us with connectivity. Connectivity is very important. I'll give you an example. When I first joined the workforce and back in the mid-90s, large companies in Canada, they were running different departments. And each department had its own system. So the finance department had their accounting system. Then you had the sales and marketing department. They were running on this new CRM. And then the warehouse had its own system, and none of them talked to each other. Amazing. Different departments, each one's running in a completely different silo. And none of them were talking to each other. How were they talking? How was the data being exchanged? Through people. People were carrying files and folders between departments. There were data entry rooms. If anyone, remembers data entry rooms. Data entry was taking a file and typing it into another system. That's what they were doing back then. Later on, Excel spreadsheets came about, and you would export an Excel spreadsheet into one and import it into the other. Now we have connectivity. When you're on the cloud, things are readily connected. So what Microsoft have done, actually, this is amazing. Integration. Everyone knows what integration is, right? You have a system and it has its database, and then you integrate the different databases together. What Microsoft did a few years ago is they built one massive database, and now they took each application and they put it on that database. So now, instead of having a customer table in the accounting system, in the CRM, in your document management system, in the warehouse, it's one table, but it's being accessed by all those different applications. This is groundbreaking, and no one else has built that technology. This is connectivity at its best. So once you have connectivity, now we can get into automations. Automation is taking a process and creating an automatic workflow that would otherwise have to be done by an employee, but that's usually mundane. So it's something that's repetitive. I'll give you a perfect example. I think we have a lot of people in fiduciary and financial services. When someone is sending you their PIs, their purchase invoices, and you have an accountant or a bookkeeper, and they're just punching in those ledger entries, isn't it better to just have everything coming into a folder and technology pulling it in, populating the ledger? And then a senior accountant just looks at it, makes sure it's correct, and posts it. This is automation. This is an example of automation. This is what can be done. Once we have automation, then we can bring in the furniture. That's when we can put in AI. We plug it in to handle the more intricate processes, where automation will need to access more data, where we need a more intuitive way to make the decisions and to get the process done. This is where AI comes in. And this is how we get it done now with the customers that we're dealing with. So I wanted to also bring in some testimonials from some of the customers that we have to show you how they are using this technology to different levels depending on their industries. So in financial services, our friends at MUFG, they're using automation and AI in order to deliver real insights from a lot of data to their clients and helping them really make more informed decisions. In shipping at InterOrient, they are using AI and automation in order to deliver more value to the ship owners and at the same time to make their operations more efficient. At Tototeo in the maritime services industry, they're using automation AI in order to literally transform the way they deliver services to their clients. So if anyone is considering the journey to AI, this is how we usually go about it. Without exception, every company that we walk into, we end up seeing the silos that we spoke about earlier in one form or another. They always have those silos. And usually the department is run and you have people running super efficiently in a single department. But the second you need to take a piece of information from this department to the other, we run into problems. Everybody raises their arms. It's finger pointing, he said, she said, everything else that comes with office politics. And this is what we see. So the first step is to take them to the cloud. By taking them to the cloud, we take a lot of that red tape out of the organizational structure and we make it more accessible to everybody. A lot more information is accessible to a lot more people. So this, in practical examples, this is where the proper implementation of Microsoft 365, OneDrive, a good document management system, SharePoint, a cloud ERP, this is where this comes in. It's at this stage. After that, we look at all the different systems that they have. Some of our customers have up to 58 different systems that they're using in their company. So we take our product, Maya, we plug it in to the cloud between all their systems. And what Maya does is it connects to each one of those systems and it creates a single source of truth. So for example, let's say Zenitus is created in the ERP system, it's created in the CRM, it's created in the warehouse, in the document management system, and it's spelled differently. Maya will take one source of truth and it will replicate it across all the other systems. This makes reporting a breeze. At the same time, because it's connected with everything, now we can transfer transactions from one system to another. All of a sudden, those files that were being carried over or those Excel spreadsheets that were being sent from one department to another no longer have to be sent. Now they're just automatically being transferred by Maya. Of course, with connectivity comes automation. This is where we have workshops with the clients, understanding exactly what their processes are and how we can build robots, software robots, that can go in and make their processes a lot more efficient. And finally, we plug in AI. And these are some horizontal applications, things that everybody can do. It doesn't matter what your industry is. Things like order management, customer service, travel and expenses, incoming documents, onboarding and offboarding. There's over 60 steps in a typical company for onboarding and offboarding an employee. 60 steps if you really break it down. And this can all be automated with automation AI. KYCs, everybody is familiar with that, especially in Cyprus. Banking, bank reconciliation. Accounting departments spend hours, days on account reconciliation. AI does it in seconds. So I just want to leave you with this. If you'd like to get on the journey to AI, the first and most important thing is to make the decision, assign the budget, this is not an expense, it's an investment, then deploy these digitization tools. Bring in a good consultant, someone who's been in that industry before, a company that can really deliver on the technology, not just sell you a solution, but deliver on the entire platform. Augment it with AI, and then slowly evolve your systems in order to stay ahead of the competition. And finally, I'll just leave you with a quick video that our marketing department put together about Maya. There's no audio, so it'll just give you some highlights. That's it. Thank you.
And I have two quick questions, because we have run out of time, as I've been informed. My first question focuses to Mr. Ioannou. Regarding the geopolitical events on Cyprus in real estate market, basically, how might the increased demand for stability and security driven by regional conflicts influence investment trends in Cyprus, and could we see a shift in the types of properties that become more desirable?
Thank you, Marie. I think I've touched upon some of the answers to this synthetic question during my presentation. Now, of course, people are seeking stable, secure, safe environments in which to live. I think we've seen, and everybody recognizes, that the world is becoming a bit crazy, especially in the last few years. I don't think that people feel safe in the sense that they felt safe a few years ago, irrespective of where they live. Whether it is London, or whether it is New York, or whether it is Nicosia or Paphos in Cyprus. I think there's people are on the alert. Having said that, and since we're expecting developments as far as at least one war is concerned, following the latest elections in the US, let's hope that there will be a resolution in the conflict in the Middle East, which affects Cyprus more because it's really close. But we talk about Ukraine and we talk about the Middle East, and we forget one thing, that Cyprus, 40% of the island is occupied by an invader, an invading country. So, I'm not going to talk politics, I'm just going to say, could you possibly imagine what the consequences to the Cyprus real estate market would be if, I don't know how confident you all are, a solution was found to the Cyprus problem? We're not going to say what kind of solution. Again, we're not going to go into politics. But I mean, we've spoken about the recent development in the Cyprus market, the recent demand for real estate, how Cyprus has been benefiting from every regional conflict, and we have forgotten that for the last 50 years, 40% of our country is occupied by Turkey. So it's a big if, but I think that if we can somehow find the way out of this problem and fix the Cyprus problem, then the sky is the limit. Now, as far as the nature or the type of properties that will be in demand, it is inevitable, I think, that because of the rising construction cost, the still high interest rates, the scarcity of land as development grows and grows, that people will want more affordable houses, i.e. houses will become smaller, with a smaller plot of land. Then we will see the creation of blocks. So these are natural tendencies that develop in heavily developed real estate markets.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to Mr. Faisal. We can see competitors in the Microsoft technology system. So as a Microsoft Gold partner, what differentiates your offerings from other tech giants and specialized vendors in the market, particularly in areas like AI and cloud services?
Thank you. I think, is this still working? Is it still? Okay. We spoke about earlier on about cloud. So it's important that when choosing a platform, we look for the cloud solution, not the on-premise solution. That's number one. Unless I'll draw one major exception, unless you're a massive multinational and you can afford to have the type of infrastructure that a Microsoft or an Amazon or a Google can give you. Otherwise, you should be on the cloud and you should choose one of those platforms. The next step is to determine what does your organization need. Do you need the ERP? Do you need the collaboration suite? Do you need automation? Do you want to get to AI? Have you made that decision yet? If you have, then right now, us as consultants and Microsoft Gold partners, we do not see any competitor to the Microsoft platform for business today. We don't see another competitor. Google have tried and it didn't work out. They tried to do it with SAP and they tried to do their own collaboration suite. That has not succeeded. Amazon, they're very strong with AWS and with their cloud servers, but they don't have the platform. They don't have the suite of solutions that the business needs. And Microsoft are head and shoulders ahead of everybody. Apple are just for, it's not for business. It's for individuals. So, and you don't have to take my word for it because as we said, we are a Microsoft partner. So of course I'm going to be peddling it. However, look at what the analysts are showing. If you look at the Microsoft stock, and if anyone follows the stock market or invested in the stock market, look at the Microsoft stock over the past 10 years. The value has gone up by almost 10x. And this tells you that the market, the analysts believe and have put their money on the fact that Microsoft has no competition today.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your insightful thoughts and discussion, of course. And we can continue to the next panel. Thank you.
Now, for our final panel of the day, we'll delve into the ways of collaboration between UK and Cyprus. Bringing us up to speed on this matter, we have Christos S. Christodoulou, Managing Director of CSC Christodoulou and CEO of Adelphi Alliance. Kyriakos Prokopiou, Director of the Edge Development Group. Ariel Dinovetsky, lawyer, founding partner and owner of BDOA & Co. Israel. Izam Al-Badek Nasser, Managing Director of Bitcom Consulting Services in Cyprus. And Giovannis Gouzalis, CEO at TaylorMade Solutions. If you could take your seat to the panel. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm privileged and very excited, you can see that, to be here today. We have a very interesting panel, and each one of our panelists are distinctive and exceptional in their business, but also in their personal life. Our objective today is to share with you all our experience and expertise on the ways of collaboration between the UK and Cyprus, and as well as other countries. One of our panelists cannot be here today, Mr. Issam Nasser, as a late urgent last-minute business meeting in Cyprus with a Middle East associate and clients. Actually, they are all, this last-minute business meeting of Nasser is an example of what we are going to discuss here today. Isam is a multitasker. Apparently, he can hold a conversation, type on his computer, drink his coffee, listen to the radio, watch the news on TV, play backgammon simultaneously, and still somehow knows what's going on around him. And he doesn't miss anything. It's a bit annoying, actually, and I have had certification from his wife that he's a very annoyed person. But this is Isam, and I've got a personal message from Isam, which I'm going to read through to you. Thank you to the Minister and my dear friend Savas for his continued support. I would like to talk briefly about the importance of the Arab market and the Arab investors in the process of attracting to Cyprus or to the United Kingdom. Although neither country is a new investment destination, the Middle East region always has its own peculiarities and circumstances. The proximity of the geographical location with the new direct airlines connecting Jordan, Riyadh, and Jeddah with Cyprus, and the somewhat similarity in culture makes Cyprus the first choice in most cases, especially now that the opening of the American University of Beirut in Paphos. Because of that, parents turn their attention on searching for housing for their own children, traveling to Cyprus, and of course investors in Paphos began building houses or housing accommodation for students, which means that there is always an element of attraction to Cyprus for different reasons. Despite the changes that Great Britain has witnessed, it remains one of the favorite countries for Arab citizens and investors. Although it's an old discovery, still it's a lasting and comfortable relationship. We believe, according to Nasser, it is time to show the new image of Cyprus. The marketing slogan for Cyprus has always been its charm and its simplicity. And the beautiful thing is that despite the great changes that Cyprus has witnessed, it has maintained this charm and simplicity. What Cyprus lacks is a new, thoughtful advertising. Therefore, we, his company, has begun to intensify their advertising marketing campaigns from and to Cyprus, starting with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and for the Sultanate of Oman. Finally, our company, Bitcom Consulting Services, continues to support its services and as stated on the company profile, which I have with me, which you can view, of course. They are pleased to discuss all possibilities for collaboration and cooperation between them and all fields between the three poles, Cyprus, the United Kingdom, and the Middle East. Thank you from Isam, and good luck in your endeavors today, Mr. Isam. Christos has a boat driving license. He has a car driving license, a motorbike driving license. Actually, what is left, it's aeroplane driving license. And guess what? From what I heard recently, he started lessons to obtain his PBL, which is a private pilot license. I bet Johnny Mani Christos, on my way back to Cyprus later this week, maybe you'll be flying the plane. Welcome on board, Captain. Ariel is a very rigid and meticulous man. Just to give you an example how structured and methodical he is, he has 4 kids. And God bless to you and your lovely family. His firstborn son is 12 years old. His last son is 6 years old, and he gave birth every 2 years, steadily. He's like a Swiss watch or a precise mathematical equation. Kyriakos. Actually, Kyriakos avoided to meet with me yesterday because we wanted to discuss his panel. Instead of that, he sent me some beautiful photos of the Tottenham football ground. What is more upsetting, though, is that Christos sent me exactly the same pictures. Well, from what you all understand, they are both Spurs supporters. Okay, don't say anything. This is a major issue which we have to discuss today. Savas, can I have your attention, please? Will you join me here? No, I need you here. Please, Savas. Please put your hands together for Savas. We have a small ceremony, and this is the only cup Spurs or the boys will take home this year. Please. Thank you. Wait. No, you're allowed. Elena? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, actually watching the game yesterday, I wasn't sure if they were coming today, so I was praying to God, maybe Spurs to win, but I think even God doesn't support Spurs.
So hello. So Giovanni is fascinating with football. So he used to play for a small team, Village Paralimni, back in 1987.
You don't have to say details, please.
So can anyone guess what team Giovanni supporting in UK?
Almost.
No. So I think you have to reconsider your team, and then making jokes about Spurs, yeah?
Probably I'm the only Cypriot who supports Sheffield Wednesday. Okay, welcome on our panel. As I told you, it's going to be an exciting panel. Ariel, how do you see the role of the worldwide associations of personal consultants, such as lawyers, accountants, tax advisors, real estate advisors, in such of investments, and mostly in which ways these consultants contribute to the collaboration between the UK, Cyprus, and or other destinations and countries?
Well, hello everyone. First, thank you, Mr. Saba, for having me. It's the first time for me here, and it was very interesting today. Learning all this interesting thing and meeting every one of you. As for your question, yes, I'm a proud member of the Delphi Alliance. I'm sitting here with Christos, who founded the Delphi Alliance. And we are seeing a lot of potential in collaborating between different consultants, not only in opening doors to different countries, but also being part of the deal and being part of negotiating and handling those deals. For example, I'm as I was told, I'm an Israeli lawyer with 20 years of practice, and last year I moved to Cyprus, and I'm operating our Limassol-based law office. And already I'm engaged through the Delphi Alliance with a transaction that involves Israeli investors, high-profile Israeli investors on one side, Chinese shareholders of the company that holds the assets, a Cypriot developer, and a Lebanese apartment buyer. And this transaction is on the beachfront of Limassol, and a very interesting one. And in this transaction, we are not doing only the legal work, but we are also helping to negotiate and bridge the gaps of the different ways of doing business, because Israeli are doing business in one way, the Chinese are doing it the other way, and sometimes you need to help them and it's very important that all the consultants know each other and have a bridge together. And another issue is that we share knowledge and we share the deal flows, because I think the times of just being a lawyer sitting and working on a contract has passed. There's too many lawyers, and the AI will soon take our role. And the only thing that we are left is our know-how and our knowledge and connections. And by sharing information between the alliance among the different partners, we can create new deals, we can create more collaboration between sides, and I think that's the way deals should be done in the global world.
Ariel, well said. Actually, I agree with you, being a lawyer myself as well. And I can see through following what you have done with Christos here. And definitely, this is a way forward. And sharing the knowledge and contributing to the clients, to the association, and to the team definitely has only positive outcomes. Christos, we heard from Ariel a proof of what we are discussing here. It gives me the opportunity to ask you, and it's a twofold point actually. As Ariel explained, your esteemed company and team, it's a living example of a venture created by your alliance, but it's your baby actually, which resulted in doing business in Cyprus, totally different people, different professionals from another environment. They met through your team with this huge successful result. However, I want to ask you, you have an unprecedented way of collaboration between multidiscipline professionals in various countries. How exactly does it work?
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to present what we have created as some others are calling it a new era in networking. It's actually the very first multi-practice association in the world. And I'll share something that Ariel has just mentioned. We are connecting professionals. Let's start with that. And Ariel mentioned a small example of what we're doing. I will expand it in a few seconds. Having professionals, independent professionals all over the world, we are creating local alliances because we allow participation from up to 12 different disciplines, one from each discipline, a lawyer, accountant, financial advisory, marketeer, IT advisory, real estate advisory, compliance, fiduciary, naming. 12 different professionals. So we are having up to 12 different professionals in each country. Now, with this, we are sharing resources. And resources are valuable, as we've heard today. Resources means human resources, expertise, technology, access, and being able to serve locally within the alliance and globally. Now, I'll give you an example to understand. A client of Ariel in Israel is interested to invest in Cyprus. He goes to his trusted advisor. He asks for details about Cyprus. Ariel will refer him to different professionals in Cyprus, independent firms, experts in what they're doing, either lawyers or accountants or advisory or HR or whatever. He wants to set up a company, he wants to find properties, he wants to find human resources, he wants to understand how the tax system works.
Eventually, this client has an asset in the UK. So he's looking to see how he can combine his investment in Cyprus and his creation of the company in Cyprus with what he's currently doing in the UK. So the professionals in Cyprus or Ariel himself will connect him with professionals that we have in the UK. And imagine what this guy is interested to get a passport from Malta.
Oh.
And he's interested to get the package that Malta is offering. So the Maltese members come into the picture. And I'm very glad that today here we have members of Delphi Alliance from Malta, Agius, there are auditors, members of Delphi Alliance in Malta. Ariel is a member of Delphi Alliance in Israel. I'm a member, a part of being a founder. I'm a chartered accountant in practice. I have my own firm in Cyprus. So I'm a member of Delphi Alliance in Cyprus. And we have upcoming members coming up, Michael Fiyu in the UK. So we combine and we share resources and we serve international clients. This is how it goes with a very small example.
Very, very exciting. You are connecting professionals, local alliances with international backgrounds. Definitely it's a one-stop shop to provide full professional support.
Actually not. Allow me to correct.
Please, yes.
We are against the one-stop shop.
Okay.
What we are saying is that we want independent firms. We are an association. We are not a legal network. We are not obliging the members to become one. So we are avoiding all the independence matters. We have independent members. They are all members of an association. They keep business as usual. But we have, that's why we have up to 12 professionals in each country. So each one is expert on its own field. Delphi Alliance is connecting them, is providing the platform to work together, is giving the platform to share their resources, but we are not a one-stop shop. The clients of them can choose where they want to go, but they definitely work together based on bylaws and regulations that we have. We are a professional association, we're not a club.
Amazing. So it's an independent professional alliance all over the world.
Yes.
Brilliant, fantastic. Thank you so much. Very exciting. Kyriako, we have seen the multi-international professionals working together, not, and I emphasize that, as one-stop shop, but with their independence, with their ways of doing business under the beautiful idea of Christos. Please, what do you think is the role that Cyprus can play as a regional hub, cooperation between the UK, the EU, and the Middle East countries?
First of all, thank you, Savas, for hosting us here. I believe Cyprus, due its geographic location, stable political environment, and status as an EU member state with strong historical ties to the UK and cultural connections to the Middle East, Cyprus can facilitate investment flows between Europe and the Middle East, particularly by acting as a low-tax jurisdiction with an attractive legal and regulatory framework aligned with EU standards. This is especially valuable for UK and Middle East companies seeking to access EU markets or invest in Europe. Cyprus can act as a bridge for policy coordination, particularly on issues related to migration and security. Cyprus' unique positioning allows it to advocate for both EU and Middle East Western interests, helping align policies. Cyprus' mix of European and Middle Eastern cultural influence makes a natural meeting point for fostering cultural exchanges.
Excellent, because we have Cyprus in the middle of everywhere. Christos, I was going to ask you, do you think that in deciding to create this beautiful structure, do you think that Cyprus played an important role in that? Being in the center of all of this?
I haven't thought it that Cyprus is going to be the center of what we're going to provide. It just happened that we were there as founders. We had the idea. Cyprus plays the role of connecting the dots between professionals in 3 continents. The idea of having a Delphi Alliance in Cyprus was for practical reasons. But at the same time, we found out that this brings advantages because we have the geographical positioning in such a way that helps us to connect the professionals from the 3 continents that I mentioned. And that's why we started the geographical development of Delphi Alliance, starting with Middle East, North Africa, Europe expansion. We are currently in 10 countries. The aim is to be in 38 countries, but we are growing in a geographical way, starting from countries around Cyprus because the headquarters are there.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Listening to what we are discussing now, it brought to my memory, Kyriago, the relationship that your team and my team had, something similar, gentlemen, with Ariel and Christos. A client of mine, he's from Afghanistan. He lives in Dubai. He's one of the biggest, he's the biggest importer, trader of Coca-Cola and Red Bull in Dubai. He came to Cyprus, he invested in different areas, including trading, and then he bought a project from Kyriakos, from your team, where the owner and the client of yours was from Poland. So guys, we can see that thinking alike Christos and Ariel, we have created a small mechanism, and now we are following a much bigger frame, a much bigger idea, which sounds very exciting. From the day you told me, Ariel, about this, and then discussing with Christos, with both of you, I thought it's very, very fascinating. So we can see that there are ways, and the ways to collaborate between the UK, Cyprus, and other destinations is to create the parameters and the framework, and most of all, the independency of the advisors.
Also, Giovanni, we have the same case with a UK citizen.
Okay, please.
Bought the same. He bought the project from us. We built it for him. He became a tax resident in Cyprus. So we combine everything: UK, Poland, Dubai, Cyprus. So that we have the same case also with your client from Afghanistan.
And I'm going to ask the audience: how many of you had this kind of relationship from people from different destinations? Please raise your hands. We can see that there are some. Surely it's even more now. It's more positive. And I'm sure that the Delphi example, it's something that all of us, we should follow. I will come to Christos again. You described your vision. We have seen it working. But Christos, can you explain to us how you can secure the independence between your members, and at the same time, how do you require them to work together? How do you do that?
Okay, a very good question. As I mentioned before, every member of Delphi Alliance is an independent member. They continue with their own brand identity, legal identity, business as usual. At the same time, being a professional association, we have our own bylaws and regulations. Okay, you are an independent member, but we have the way we are doing business together. We allow the members to work with their existing associates and connections, but at the same time, they need to understand and share that the fact that they belong to a family, they have access with other professionals, and they ought to give at least a reference to their clients about the existence of other members, either locally in their jurisdiction or in other places. For example, but always it's the client, the one who's going to decide which professional is going to use. But at least the member of the Delphi Alliance has to mention that I'm a member of Delphi Alliance. You're looking for a lawyer or an accountant in the UK. Here are the members of Delphi Alliance in the UK. I can introduce you to them. You can work with them. But at the same time, the client is the one who's going to decide what they want to do.
As it happened in your own case.
Of course.
Excellent. Ariel, we are three Cypriots here, and your neighbor, and Nasser is also a neighbor. Through your Israel experience, how would you characterize the Israeli investor? Because as we all know, Israelis are investing all over the place. Now they're investing heavily in Cyprus, they're investing heavily in UK as well. How would you characterize an Israeli investor and the nature of his investments, in particularly during these challenging times?
Well, it's very, very good question. I think some of you already experienced working with the Israeli investors, and they are considered to be sophisticated investors. Although as every investor, they are looking for returns, they are looking for the yield that they will receive. They are more, as one mentioned here, they buy to flip, some of them. They're looking for quick flips. But eventually, they are looking to expand to new territories. They're looking to expand to different countries. They are not obligated to do their transaction only in a small place. Always it comes together with a continuing investment in Israel itself, but they're looking to explore. I would say with much security that if you go around the world, even in the most remote places, you will find Israeli doing business there in one way or the other. And specifically in these challenging times, I found that a lot of Israeli are also looking for diverse their investments, taking out money out of Israel, some of it, and putting it in a more foreign currency. And England was always part of their portfolio. They found Cyprus to be a part of it in the last few years, mainly in the real estate, but not only. I see now that a lot of tech companies are using Cyprus as a new base. A lot of big companies already founded headquarters in one of them in Limassol, like Amdocs, which is based from Israel, and now have a very big base now in Cyprus, and it's a full tech company. It's not related to the more other territories. And they're here and they're here to stay because they found Cyprus as close enough and far enough for them to do the deals. And it's important for us as the consultants of them to acknowledge what they do and how they do things and bridge the gaps that are needed from time to time.
Thank you, Ariel. I had the same question for Issam about this, and the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is very similar to what you have just said. Cyprus is becoming a hub. Cyprus, most likely because of the English law, because of the similarities to the tax law and the way things are operating, but also because there are people like Christos here, Ariel and Kyriakos, that they are open-minded and they're ready to listen and they're ready to experiment in something similar. And this is a question to all of you. Do you think that we've seen all these investors coming through Cyprus? Do you see UK and Cyprus a business future? Do you think that there is some connection there, some similarities? Is it easy for a UK investor to come to Cyprus? From your own experience, 2 words, not a lot, because no, Savas, we are the shortest in time. We are hungry and we want to have lunch. So very quickly, your thoughts on this.
I believe historically there is a connection from many angles. I don't think this is going to change. I think, on the contrary, the fact that we have differentiation now in terms of EU, non-EU participation, non-domicile status, etc., the ties are always going to be there. And perhaps they will be different in shape, but they will be there and will be increased, I believe.
In 2 words, I could say that we are almost late together to a meeting with an Israeli that is now all of his business was done here in London, and in the last year he moves his portfolio, part of his portfolio, to Cyprus. So yeah, they keep on doing those kind of business.
Yeah, I strongly believe also it will continue. We share many similar bonds and the systems and everything. So I strongly believe that it will continue and it will grow.
Excellent. Before we close this, I would like to thank all of you for your patience. It's already very late. I would like to thank my panelists, my friends here. I've made new friends and I'm very excited. Dear Savas, thank you so much for your trust and for what you are doing to this association. We have a special occasion today on this panel. We have an Israeli, we have a Palestinian who is not here today. And through this collaboration, I did ask, and I got the most beautiful, amazing answer from both of them, that they met, they want to meet again, and they want to enhance this beautiful collaboration here. And through the business we are doing in this, because of Savas, but here because of the panel, we have an answer to politicians. We are people that through our business, we can change the world, we can bring our families and our people together. Thank you, Ariel. Thank you, Sam, and thank you, everybody, for this amazing panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you have questions, we can meet outside during lunch. Thank you.
Finally got a trophy, Kyriakou.
Yeah.
That brings us to the end of today's GBCY Business Orientation Cyprus 2024. Almost, just a moment. I would like to thank the High Commissioner of Cyprus in the UK, Permanent Secretary of the Minister of Labour and Social Insurance of the Republic of Cyprus, Director General of Cyprus Employers and Industrialists Federation, all our distinguished speakers and delegates who have contributed, participated and observed today's presentations and Q&As throughout the day. I would like to extend a thank you to GBCY sponsors, silver sponsors Baba Dimitriou and Partners Limited, AS Adler Shine, IAS Accounting Services Masso Strategic, gold sponsors EY Cyprus, Urban Chic, TMS Tailor-Made Solutions, Edge Development Group, Michael Gibrianou & Co. LLC, Zenitus Global, Delphi Alliance, Lefteris Divatriotis & Sons, A. Nicolau & Associates LLC, PL Property Gallery Developers and Constructors Limited, Wise Wolves Group, and associate sponsors Quatuma International and Spectre, Constant and Williams. Finally, of course, we have to say a special thank you to Savas Kyriakidis, the founder and president of Great Britain-Cyprus Business Association, for organising today's event and bringing us together to experience informative insights, in-depth reviews, and creating conversation and connection. Now, if you'd like any copies of the presentations that you've seen today, you can drop an email to info@gbcybusiness. And finally, .business, remember the dot. It's also on the leaflets there if you'd like to RSVP to the event that is taking place on Wednesday, courtesy of A. Nicolau. And finally, a little more time to network, to mingle, and to forge future collaborations. Enjoy the rest of your day. Καλή συνέχεια. Thank you very much.
Εποφελούμαστε λοιπόν της ευκαιρίας, υπάρχει ένα μικρό διάλειμμα τώρα και θα μιλήσουμε με την κυρία Άντρια Παπαγεωργίου. Καλημέρα σας.
Καλημέρα.
Καλώς ορίσατε στο Λονδίνο.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Είναι με μεγάλη μου χαρά που βρίσκομαι στο Λονδίνο.
Πέστε μας λίγα λόγια για την εταιρεία σας.
Λοιπόν, ως διευθύνων σύμβουλος του Άντρια Παπαγεωργιού Law Firm, ένα δικηγορικό με έδρα τη Λεμεσό, ασχολούμαστε κυρίως με corporate services, regulatory compliance, licensing, mergers and acquisitions εταιριών, data protection, intellectual property, καθώς επίσης και ό,τι ζητήματα αφορούν εταιρικά θέματα.
Είναι η πρώτη φορά που έρχεστε σε αυτό το συνέδριο?
Ναι, είναι η πρώτη μου φορά που βρίσκομαι στο Λονδίνο για το σκοπό του συνεδρίου. Ξανά ήμουν σε συνέδριο του κύριου Σάβα Κυριακίδη, του Προέδρου του GBCY Business Association, στην Κύπρο όμως, στη Λεμεσό. Οπότε είναι μεγάλη μου χαρά που βρίσκομαι εδώ. Ήμουν και συντονίστρια ενός από τα panels. Οπότε ναι.
Σκοπεύετε, ας πούμε έτσι, στο μέλλον να έχετε πιο στενές συνεργασίες με κάποιους επιχειρηματίες εδώ? Ποιο είναι το πρόγραμμά σας?
Ναι, είναι ένας από τους σκοπούς του δικηγορικού μας αυτός, να επεκταθούμε στην αγορά του Ηνωμένου Βασιλείου, να προσελκύσουμε πιθανούς πελάτες που ίσως ενδιαφέρονται είτε να μεταφέρουν την έδρα τους στην Κύπρο, είτε να αναπτύξουν συνεργασίες στην Κύπρο, γιατί θεωρώ ότι και τα δύο κράτη έχουν αρκετά κοινά που θα ήταν κρίμα να μην επωφεληθούν από αυτά τα κοινά που υπάρχουν, όπως διάφορα tax incentives, ευκαιρίες εργοδότησης και διάφορα άλλα με θέματα τα εταιρικά τους συμφέροντα.
Πού σας βρίσκουμε? Έχετε website? Πού μπορεί να πάρει περισσότερες πληροφορίες?
Υπάρχει website, ναι, είναι το www.apapageorgiou.com. Υπάρχουν επίσης τηλέφωνα επικοινωνίας που είμαστε πάντα στη διάθεση οποιοδήποτε θέλει να συζητήσει κάτι ή έχει απορίες ή θέλει κάποια συμβουλή. Οπότε θα ήταν χαρά μας, όποιος ενδιαφέρεται, να αποταθεί κοντά μας για να τον εξυπηρετήσουμε.
Σας ευχαριστούμε και ευχόμαστε καλή παραμονή στο Λονδίνο.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ευχαριστώ. Να είστε καλά.
Και συνεχίζουμε. Έχουμε μαζί μας την κυρία Μαρία Θανασίου, η οποία θα μας πει περισσότερα για την εταιρεία που εκπροσωπεί. Πέστε μας λίγα λόγια για την εταιρεία που εκπροσωπείτε.
Η εταιρεία μας είναι η Meso Strategic και είναι μια lobbying εταιρεία η οποία ασχολείται κυρίως με το lobbying σε σχέση με τις στρατηγικές των επιχειρήσεων. Ουσιαστικά, εκτός από το lobbying, ασχολούμαστε μαζί με το κομμάτι των corporate services, του business sector γενικότερα, και οι στρατηγικές που δίνουμε είναι λύσεις τις οποίες δεν μπορούν να τις βρουν γενικότερα στα δικαστήρια οι άνθρωποι, γιατί είμαι και δικηγόρος και γνωρίζω ότι πολλές υποθέσεις δεν τελειώνουν με τα δικαστήρια ή δεν αρχίζουν καν με τα δικαστήρια. Δηλαδή υπάρχει ένα πρόβλημα σε μια εταιρεία το οποίο δεν είναι νομικό, ούτε αμιγώς νομικό. Άρα το lobbying έρχεται και κλειδώνει σε αυτόν τον τομέα, αν μπορούμε να το θέσουμε έτσι. Οπότε είναι μια καινούργια στρατηγική η οποία προωθεί στις επιχειρήσεις στρατηγικές λύσεις κυρίως.
Ωραία. Είναι πολύ. Εδώ κυνηγάτε, φαντάζομαι. Προσπαθείτε να βρείτε ενδιαφερόμενους, ήρθατε απλά έτσι για να συναντήσετε κάποιους, έχετε κάποια προγραμματισμένα ραντεβού ή απλά ήρθατε απλά για να προωθήσετε τις υπηρεσίες σας?
Σε αυτό το συνέδριο κυρίως έχουμε έρθει γιατί είμαι moderator σε ένα από τα πάνελ το οποίο ασχολείται με τις στρατηγικές τόσο στην Κύπρο αλλά και στη Μέση Ανατολή, με τα συγκεκριμένα προβλήματα που υπάρχουν τώρα και σε σχέση με τα αναμενόμενα και τις αναμενόμενες θέσεις που θα υπάρχουν μεταγενέστερα σε σχέση με το MENA region. Έχουμε κάποιες προγραμματισμένες συναντήσεις και με κάποιους από τους οποίους είναι εδώ κάποιες εταιρείες, αλλά και γενικότερα στο Λονδίνο βρισκόμαστε γιατί έχουμε ανοίξει τη Meso Strategic UK, η οποία είναι μέρος των group of companies της Meso Strategic World. Οπότε ερχόμαστε σχεδόν κάθε εβδομάδα και έχουμε πολύ καλές σχέσεις μαζί με τον Κυπροβρετανικό σύνδεσμο, ούτως ώστε μπορούμε και να κλείνουμε ραντεβού μέσω αυτού.
Ώστε επισκέφτεστε το Λονδίνο κάθε εβδομάδα?
Ναι, κάθε εβδομάδα.
Και...
συνεταιρός μου.
Ναι. Και οι πελάτες σας είναι από την αγγλική, ας πούμε, κοινωνία ή είναι και Ελλαδίτες, Κύπροι.
Είναι κυρίως Ελλαδίτες και Κύπροι, όμως έχουμε και πελάτες οι οποίοι είναι εκ Λονδίνου, οι οποίοι φυσικά είναι στο business sector γενικότερα, δηλαδή δεν μπορούμε να πούμε ότι έχουμε είτε μόνο λογιστές, είτε μόνο real estate, είτε μόνο από ένα συγκεκριμένο κομμάτι του business sector, είναι γενικότερα συνυφασμένοι με τον business sector και το finance κομμάτι.
Πού μπορεί κανείς να σας βρει, ας πούμε, αν επιθυμούν οι τηλεθεατές μας ή οι ακροατές μας να επικοινωνήσουν?
Μπορούν να μας βρουν είτε μέσω του website μας, έχουμε chat εκεί που μπορούν να επικοινωνήσουν directly μαζί μας 24 ώρες το 24ωρο και κάποιος συνήθως απαντάει, είτε μέσω WhatsApp που έχουμε τηλέφωνο γραμμή WhatsApp, τόσο στο Λονδίνο όσο και στην Ελλάδα όσο και στην Κύπρο και γενικότερα μέσω mail, μέσω τηλεφώνου, ακόμη και μέσω LinkedIn επικοινωνούμε πολλές φορές μαζί με κάποιον ενδιαφερόμενο.
Πολύ ωραία. Πώς σας φάνηκε μέχρι τώρα η σημερινή εκδήλωση?
Μέχρι τώρα ήταν πολύ επικοδομητικά το πάνελ που έχουμε δει. Το ίδιο και οι experts οι οποίοι μιλούν στο συγκεκριμένο πάνελ. Θεωρώ ότι είναι άξιοι του χώρου για να μπορέσουν να συζητήσουν σε σχέση με αυτό και περιμένουμε να δούμε και τα υπόλοιπα.
Ευχαριστώ και εύχομαι κάθε επιτυχία στις προσπάθειές σας και επιτυχία στις επιχειρήσεις σας.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Να είστε καλά.
Έχουμε μαζί μας εδώ τον Γενικό Διευθυντή του Υπουργείου Εργασίας και Κοινωνικών Ασφαλίσεων, τον κύριο Κώστα Χατζηπαναγιώτου, έτσι.
Ναι.
Καλώς ορίσατε στο Λονδίνο.
Ευχαριστώ. Χαίρομαι που σας βρίσκω.
Ναι, είναι η πρώτη φορά που έρχεστε σε αυτή τη διοργάνωση?
Ναι, είναι η πρώτη φορά και μου έχει δημιουργήσει πάρα πολύ θετική εντύπωση καθότι υπάρχει πληθώρα ενδιαφερόμενων και Κύπριων αλλά και τοπικών οργανισμών οι οποίοι θέλουν να αναπτύξουν ακόμα περαιτέρω τις καλές σχέσεις του Ηνωμένου Βασιλείου και της Κύπρου στον εργασιακό τομέα, στις επενδύσεις και στις επιχειρήσεις.
Σας είχα ακούσει και στην ομιλία σας που είπατε πάνε καλά τα πράγματα όσον αφορά, ας πούμε, το inflation, καθώς επίσης και όσον αφορά εργασίες. Υπάρχουν δηλαδή δουλειές, δεν υπάρχει unemployment?
Ναι, και όσον αφορά τον πληθωρισμό είμαστε σε αρκετά χαμηλά επίπεδα, από τα χαμηλότερα της Ευρωζώνης, και όσον αφορά την εργοδότηση, η εργασιακή περίοδος του 2023 και 2024 θεωρείται πάρα πολύ καλή, κοντεύουμε προς το τέλος του έτους και εντός του 2025 θα θεωρείται ότι δεν έχουμε ανεργία. Δηλαδή ο δείχτης και το ποσοστό αναμένουμε να είναι κάτω από το 5% και θεωρείται ότι είναι μηδέν ανεργία. Το 5% είναι οι μετακινούμενοι υπαλλήλοι από τις διάφορες εργασίες. Η ζήτηση για διάφορα επαγγέλματα είναι πάρα πολύ μεγάλη και θα δυσκολευτούμε στα επόμενα χρόνια να καλύψουμε τις ανάγκες από το κυπριακό ανθρώπινο δυναμικό. Γι' αυτό οι δραστηριότητες και οι συναντήσεις αυτού του είδους δίνουν και την εικόνα του πού πρέπει να οδηγηθούμε και να προσεγγίσουμε και όπως αναφέρθηκε και από έναν ομιλητή προηγουμένως, θα μπει και σε εφαρμογή η λεγόμενη μπλε κάρτα που προέρχεται από την Ευρωπαϊκή Αντίστοιχη Οδηγία και δίνει αυτή τη δυνατότητα εργοδότησης στην Κύπρο υπηκόους τρίτων χωρών σε ψηλού επίπεδου επαγγέλματα, highly qualified, ιδιαίτερα στην τεχνολογία, στη διαχείριση πληροφοριών. Αυτό αναμένουμε να βοηθήσει και πρέπει να το έχουν υπόψη τους όσοι είναι παρόντες στην δραστηριότητα αυτή.
Ναι, θα σας ρωτούσα για το θέμα το πού υπάρχει ανάγκη για εργασία, όμως είμαι σίγουρος ότι υπάρχει και ανάγκη εργατικού προσωπικού.
Βεβαίως, υπάρχει πολύ μεγάλη ανάγκη. Οι ανάγκες αυτές καλύπτονται προς το παρόν είτε με διμερείς συμφωνίες με τρίτες χώρες, είτε με την κανονική διαδικασία όπου οι εργοδότες ανεβρίσκουν τους πιθανούς εργοδοτούμενους τους στις τρίτες χώρες, από Βιετνάμ, Ινδία κτλ., Αίγυπτο, Συρία και κάνουν τις συμφωνίες μαζί τους, οπότε το κράτος τους παρέχει την ευκαιρία και την αδειοδότηση για να εργοδοτηθούν. Είναι ανέφικτο να συνεχίσει να λειτουργεί η οικονομία της Κύπρου χωρίς και αυτά τα άτομα σε αυτά τα επαγγέλματα που είναι και πλέον δύσκολα.
Μάλιστα. Τώρα οι τηλεθεατές μας και οι ακροατές μας που μας βλέπουν και μας παρακολουθούν, κάποιοι από αυτούς πιθανόν να θέλουν να έρθουν στην Κύπρο να εργαστούν. Είναι δύσκολη η διαδικασία?
Είναι πολύ ευπρόσδεκτοι, ακόμα και στην περίπτωση που έχουν ρίζες κυπριακές και εύκολα μπορεί να πάρουν ή να ανανεώσουν κυπριακό διαβατήριο, είναι η μια πλευρά. Από την άλλη πλευρά, ως υπήκοοι του Ηνωμένου Βασιλείου, παρόλο που μετά τον Brexit θεωρείται τρίτη χώρα, έχουν και αυτή την ευκαιρία να έρθουν, να δουλέψουν, να μπουν στη διαδικασία την υπόλοιπη, και οι ανάγκες και η χρησιμότητα αγγλόφωνου εργαζόμενου δυναμικού είναι πολύ μεγάλη, σίγουρα. Και είναι πολύ ευπρόσδεκτη.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ και ευχόμαστε
Να είστε καλά.
καλή παραμονή εδώ στο.
Και εσείς είστε στην παροικία.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Έχουμε εδώ τον κύριο Μιχάλη Αντωνίου, ο οποίος είναι ο Γενικός Διευθυντής είναι σύνδεσμος των Ομοσπονδία των Εργοδοτών και Βιομηχάνων. Ωραία. Ομοσπονδία Εργοδοτών και Βιομηχάνων και εδρεύει Λευκοσία,
Ναι, παγκύπρια οργάνωση. Είναι το αντίστοιχο του Confederation of British Industries. Ό,τι είναι το CPI για την Αγγλία είναι η Ομοσπονδία Εργοδοτών και Βιομηχάνων για την Κύπρο.
Ποιος είναι ο σκοπός της ίδρυσης αυτής της Ομοσπονδίας, λοιπόν, και τι είναι αυτό που προσφέρει, διατηρεί τα δικαιώματα των εργοδοτών, πώς λειτουργεί?
Η οργάνωση υπάρχει από το 1960, μόλις ιδρύθηκε το κράτος, ιδρύθηκε και η δική μας η οργάνωση, και ο βασικός ρόλος της είναι να εκφράζει και να προωθεί τα επιχειρηματικά συμφέροντα μέσα στην κοινωνία και στους decision makers, στην κυβέρνηση, στο κοινοβούλιο και στις ανεξάρτητες αρχές. Η δουλειά μας είναι την ώρα που διαμορφώνονται οι αποφάσεις, το πλαίσιο μέσα στο οποίο θα κινηθούν οι επιχειρήσεις, οι εργαζόμενοι και η κοινωνία γενικότερα, η πολιτική, η εξουσία να ξέρει τι χρειάζεται το business community, για να το κάνει incorporate μέσα στην πολιτική που θα υλοποιήσει, για να είναι πραγματικά υποβοηθητικές οι αποφάσεις για την ανάπτυξη της οικονομίας και την ευημερία της κοινωνίας.
Ωραία. Δεν έχει όμως καμία σχέση με τους εργοδοτούμενους.
Οι επιχειρήσεις που είναι μέλη και έχουμε 120 επαγγελματικούς συνδέσμους, βιομηχανία, υπηρεσίες, πρωτογενής τομέας, high-tech, υγεία, παιδεία, ενέργεια, τουρισμός, τα πάντα. Είναι κάτω από την ομπρέλα τη δική μας. Όλοι αυτοί εργοδοτούν εργαζόμενους. Και με αυτήν την έννοια επηρεάζουμε με τις ενέργειές μας και τις ζωές των εργαζομένων, διότι αν πηγαίνει καλά η επιχείρηση, έχουν καλύτερες αμοιβές, καλύτερες προοπτικές όλοι οι εργαζόμενοι. Αυτή είναι η δουλειά μας.
Μάλιστα. Εδώ σε αυτή την εκδήλωση, στο σεμινάριο αυτό, τι θα αποκομίσετε, τι ήρθατε για να αποκομίσετε, τι θα πάρετε ή τι θα μεταφέρετε στους παρευρισκόμενους?
Η Μεγάλη Βρετανία, το Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο γενικότερα, είναι ένας από τους πιο σημαντικούς εμπορικούς εταίρους της χώρας και έχει αξία πολλαπλάσια από τα αμιγώς επιχειρηματικά αποτελέσματα. Δεν είναι οι αριθμοί της οικονομίας από μόνοι τους αντιπροσωπευτικοί της σημασίας του Ηνωμένου Βασιλείου για την Κύπρο. Είναι μια χώρα η οποία έχει ιδιαίτερη βαρύτητα για μια σειρά από λόγους στους οποίους δεν χρειάζεται να τους επαναλάβουμε. Κάθε Κύπριος τους γνωρίζει και τους αντιλαμβάνεται, και αυτό το οποίο είναι τεράστια σημασία για μας ως φορέα των επιχειρήσεων της Κύπρου είναι αυτή η χαμένη σύνδεση που είχε διακοπεί και μπήκε σε περιπέτειες με το Brexit, να βρούμε τους τρόπους εκείνους που θα την αποκαταστήσουμε παρά τις δυσκολίες που προκύπτουν με την μετατροπή του Ηνωμένου Βασιλείου σε τρίτη χώρα, σε third country, non-EU member state δηλαδή, αποκαταστήσουμε αυτήν τη χαμένη σύνδεση, να ενισχύσουμε τον κρίκο που ενώνει τις δύο χώρες, τις δύο οικονομίες, τους δύο λαούς, διότι είναι ένας από τους πνεύμονες με τους οποίους λειτουργεί η κυπριακή οικονομία, η σύνδεσή της με το Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο, με την οικονομία και των λαών του Ηνωμένου Βασιλείου. Αυτόν ήρθαμε εδώ να αποκομίσουμε και βλέπουμε μεγάλη χαρά να υπάρχει μια ενεργητικότητα η οποία είναι και ήδη επιφέρει αποτελέσματα, αλλά είναι ιδιαίτερα υποσχόμενη για την πορεία των πραγμάτων, βλέπω αυτό το οποίο υπήρχε πάντα, το δέσιμο των Κυπρίων με την αγγλική πραγματικότητα, να είναι όχι μόνο ζωντανό, αλλά να παίρνει μια καινούρια όθηση. Και αυτό το οποίο ήθελα να πω είναι ότι το κυπριακό οικοσύστημα, το επιχειρηματικό, είναι εξαιρετικά φιλόξενο για οποιασδήποτε επιχειρήσεις βρετανικών συμφερόντων στην Κύπρο, ιδιαίτερα επωφελές, αποδοτικών, επικερδές και παράλληλα για όσους από τους ανθρώπους, διότι επιχειρήσεις δεν είναι μόνο το κεφάλαιο, είναι κυρίως οι άνθρωποι, το ανθρώπινο κεφάλαιο, για όσους θα έχουν την ευκαιρία μέσα από το relocation των Βρετανικών, κάποιων Βρετανικών επιχειρήσεων στην Κύπρο, θα τους ευγνωμονούν για την ευκαιρία που τους δίνουν να ζήσουν, να εργαστούν και να μεγαλώσουν οικογένειες σε ένα νησί με τόσες ομορφιές και τόσες ευκαιρίες να ζήσεις ποιοτικά.
Με αυτό κλείνω. Είστε πολύ αισιόδοξος,
Ας πω, με ρωτούν συχνά τι κοινών έχουν όλες αυτές οι επιχειρήσεις. Σας είπα 120 επαγγελματικοί επιχειρηματικοί σύνδεσμοι σε όλες τους τομείς οικονομικής δραστηριότητας και υποτομής. Το μόνο πράγμα που έχουν κοινών όλοι οι επιχειρηματίες παντού είναι η αισιοδοξία. Αν δεν είσαι αισιόδοξος δεν κάνεις business. Τα αφήνεις στην τράπεζα, κάθεσαι εκεί στην ασφάλεια της αποταμίευσης, ένα μεροκάματο και όλα καλά. Πρέπει να έχεις έμφυτη την αισιόδοξη ψυχή στο χαρακτήρα για να γίνεις επιχειρηματίας. Αυτό μου το έχουν μεταδώσει και εμένα. Την αισιοδοξία, η οποία είναι πάρα πολύ χρήσιμη.
Σας ευχαριστώ.
Εγώ σας ευχαριστώ. Να είστε καλά.
Έχουμε εδώ τον κύριο Σάβα Σαββίδη, ο οποίος είναι μέρος της εταιρείας Michael Κυπριανού & Co. LLC. Κύριε Σαββίδη, καλώς ορίσατε στο Λονδίνο καταρχήν και ευχαριστώ που μας δίνετε ευκαιρία να μας δώσετε περισσότερες πληροφορίες και για την εταιρεία σας και για αυτό το συνέδριο που ήρθατε έτσι να λάβετε μέρος.
Καταρχάς, καλώς σας βρήκα. Χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα που βρίσκομαι εδώ. Χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα που σε βλέπω, αγαπητέ Βασίλη, γιατί μιλάμε τηλεφωνικώς, μιλάμε ραδιοφωνικώς, αλλά δεν συναντιόμαστε και συχνά. Βάλαμε πρόσωπο στη φωνή, πολύ ωραία τοποθέτηση. Είναι χαρά μου που είμαι εδώ, σε αυτό το σημερινό συνέδριο. Είναι χαρά μου που εκπροσωπώ την Michael Κυπριανού σήμερα εδώ. Η Michael Κυπριανού μέσα από αυτά τα χρόνια δεν έχει να προσφέρει μόνο νομικές υπηρεσίες, αλλά μπορώ να πω ότι έχει καταφέρει να οδηγήσει και να τοποθετηθεί σε πολλά νομικά θέματα, τα οποία καίνε την κοινωνία γενικώς τόσο στην Κύπρο αλλά όσο και στο εξωτερικό. Και ιδιαίτερα για θέματα τα οποία ο καθημερινός κόσμος αντιμετωπίζει, που δεν είναι θέμα απλά να τρέξει να πάει να βρει τον δικηγόρο, αλλά τουλάχιστον να υπάρχει μια φωνή η οποία να τοποθετείται σε νομικά θέματα. Αυτόν κάνουμε μέσα στη Michael Κυπριανού, αυτόν κάνουμε ως MK, που την ονομάζουμε στο short τη Michael Κυπριανού ως MK, γιατί μας δίνεται και ευκαιρία επίσης από το γεγονός ότι έχουμε μια παρουσία διεθνής με φυσική παρουσία με τα δικά μας γραφεία σε άλλες χώρες του εξωτερικού, όπως στην Ελλάδα, στην Ουκρανία, που είναι μια εμπόλεμη ζώνη και αυτή τη στιγμή έχει μια φωνή η MK να εκφράζεται ακόμα εκεί, στο Τουπάι, στο Τελαβίβ, που επίσης είναι μια κρίσιμη περίοδος με το Μεσοανατολικό, που πάλι υπάρχει ένας τρόπος που η MK εκφράζει την φωνή της, στη Γερμανία, στην Φραγκφούρτη, που παντού βρίσκουμε τους Έλληνες της Κύπρου, οι οποίοι επικοινωνούν μαζί μας, μας εκφράζουν τα προβλήματά τους και εμείς προσπαθούμε πραγματικά μέσα από το κοινωνικό μας έργο, όχι μόνο το νομικό, να βοηθήσουμε τον κόσμο, να μεταφέρουμε τα μηνύματα στους κυβερνώντες για να μπορέσουν να αντιμετωπιστούν τα προβλήματα. Αυτή είναι η φύση της MK, αυτή είναι η φύση της Michael Κυπριανού, έτσι μεγαλώσαμε, έτσι μάθαμε και πραγματικά ελπίζω και το εννοώ από τα βάθη της καρδιάς μου, να μπορέσουμε να κάνουμε έστω και αυτήν τη μικρή αλλαγή που να φέρει μια καλύτερο ορίζοντα για τους Κύπριους που βρίσκονται παντού σε όλον τον κόσμο.
Πολύ ωραία, μας τα είπατε. Είπατε ότι θέλετε να στείλετε κάποια μηνύματα και στους ηθήνοντες. Ταυτόχρονα όμως θα αποκομίσετε, είμαι σίγουρος, και κάποια μηνύματα τα οποία θα λειτουργήσουν για το μέλλον και να σας βοηθήσουν να ενεργήσετε ανάλογα. Πέστε μου ποια είναι αυτά.
Τα μηνύματα είναι πολλά. Παραδείγματος χάρη, θα πω σήμερα ότι αυτό στο σημερινό συνέδριο είχα την ευκαιρία τώρα να έχουμε μία ωραία συζήτηση μαζί με τον Διευθυντή του Υπουργείου Εργασίας, ο οποίος έχει ακούσει τις συζητήσεις που έχουν γίνει στο σημερινό πάνελ εδώ. Και μέσα σε αυτήν τη συζήτηση ο ίδιος του μου λέει έλα να τα πούμε από κοντά, να επικοινωνήσουμε με τον Υπουργό Εσωτερικών επίσης. Όλα αυτά τα προβλήματα τα οποία έχουν συζητηθεί σήμερα στο σημερινό πάνελ, που δόθηκε η ευκαιρία να ακουστούν, που είναι πολλά, συμπεριλαμβανομένου επίσης και του καυτού θέματος που το συζητήσαμε στο πάνελ με τον νέο οργανισμό ο οποίος έχει ιδρυθεί στην Κύπρο, ο ΕΟΑ, που είναι ένας οργανισμός ο οποίος έγινε πρόσφατα μετά τις τελευταίες εκλογές του Ιουνίου, ο οποίος εξετάζει όλες τις αιτήσεις που έχουν να κάνουν με άδειες οικονομίας, πολυνομικές άδειες κτλ. Τις οποίες δυστυχώς έχουμε δει ότι δεν έχει λειτουργήσει ακόμη ως οργανισμός και ο κόσμος πραγματικά δεν βρίσκει πού να πει το παράπονο του, που ενώ θα έπρεπε να επισπευθούν οι διαδικασίες, δεν έχουν επισπευθεί. Επίσης, ένα ωραίο καυτό θέμα το οποίο συζητήθηκε σήμερα είναι αυτό που αφορά ιδιαίτερα τους κατοίκους του Ηνωμένου Βασιλείου, οι οποίοι αγοράζουν ακίνητα στην Κύπρο, που αυτή τη στιγμή, επειδή λόγω του Brexit θεωρούνται ως κάτοικοι τρίτης χώρας, θα πρέπει να εξασφαλίσουν άδειες από το Υπουργικό Συμβούλιο για να αγοράσουν ακίνητα. Οι εν λόγω αιτήσεις αυτή τη στιγμή εξετάζονται από το κατά τόπους επαρχιακά γραφεία και η καθυστέρηση στην εξέταση μιας αίτησης είναι τουλάχιστον 3 με 4 μήνες, εντελώς αδικαιολόγητη, για τον λόγο ότι λόγω φόρτου εργασίας που ιδιαίτερα μετά το Brexit αυξήθηκε ο αριθμός των αιτήσεων που πάνε στην επαρχιακή διοίκηση, ο αριθμός των υπαλλήλων έχει παραμείνει ο ίδιος που εξετάζει τις αιτήσεις, που επίσης είναι ένα θέμα το οποίο καθημερινά εκφράζονται παράπονα από όλους τους αγοραστές, ιδιαίτερα από του Ηνωμένου Βασιλείου, που αντικρούεται και έρχεται σε αντιπαράθεση, θα έλεγα καλύτερα, από το γεγονός ότι η πολιτική της κυβέρνησης γενικώς είναι να συνεχίσει τις καλές σχέσεις της με το Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο, αλλά από την άλλη βλέπουμε ότι τους αντιμετωπίζουμε τους Άγγλους που θέλουν να έρθουν στην Κύπρο ως κάτοικους τρίτης χώρας, δεν τους εξυπηρετούμε στην ώρα που πρέπει να τους εξυπηρετήσουμε και διερωτούνται στο τέλος της ημέρας για ποιο λόγο τότε να έρθουν να επενδύσουν στην Κύπρο. Άρα η πολιτική που ακολουθείται να προωθηθεί η Κύπρος ως επενδυτική χώρα και να έρθουν περισσότεροι επενδυτές, κάπου αντικρούεται από τις διαδικασίες που εμείς οι μόνοι μας έχουμε εφαρμόσει μέσα στην χώρα, που προκαλούν μια μεγάλη καθυστέρηση.
Ωραία. Αυτό είναι ένα πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον θέμα και θα ήθελα έτσι να το επεκτείνουμε σε μια άλλη συζήτησή μας και ραδιοφωνικά. Τώρα, έτσι για να γνωρίζουν και οι τηλεθεατές μας και οι ακροατές μας, πού μπορούν και πώς μπορούν να επικοινωνήσουν μαζί σας, μπορείτε να δώσετε website, τηλέφωνο, ό,τι θέλετε.
Μπορείτε να μας βρουν εύκολα στο website με το να πληκτρολογήσουν το www.kiprianou.com. Εκεί θα βρουν όλα τα στοιχεία επικοινωνίας του γραφείου μας σε όλα τα jurisdictions σε οποία η εταιρεία έχει γραφεία. Μπορούν να μας στείλουν email όποτε θέλουν στο info@kiprianou.com, που εκεί υπάρχει μια ομάδα που παραλαμβάνει τα emails και αναλόγως με το τι θέμα να αφορούν, τότε πηγαίνουν στο αρμόδιο άτομο, ανάλογο τμήμα, για να τα απαντήσει. Και βεβαίως σε όλα τα αριθμούς που βρίσκονται στο website, κατά τόπους γραφεία, όπου βρίσκονται είτε στο εξωτερικό, είτε στην Κύπρο, στην Πάφων, στη Λεμεσόν ή στη Λευκοσία.
Το γραφείο σας εδώ στο Λονδίνο βρίσκεται σε ενεργεία,
Το γραφείο μας βρίσκεται εδώ σε ενεργεία. Το γραφείο μας εδώ αποτελεί, μπορώ να πω, ένας καλός πρεσβευτής της εταιρείας όσον αφορά πολλά θέματα, τόσο από τους Άγγλους που θέλουν να πάρουν νομικές συμβουλές ή να επιληθούν κάποια προβλήματα, αλλά επίσης τόσο και από Κύπριους της Αγγλίας που ζουν εδώ, που έχουν πολλά θέματα που αφορούν είτε κληρονομικού δικαίου, είτε ακόμα και εξασφάλιση των διαβατηρίων ή ανανέωση των διαβατηρίων τους ή της ταυτότητας τους. Και κάτι, αγαπητέ Βασίλη, να πω ότι, και αυτό μπράβο σε εσάς, ότι το τελευταίο διάστημα επίσης λαμβάνω και πολλά μηνύματα από Τουρκοκύπριους που ζουν στην Αγγλία, την οποία επικοινωνούν μαζί μας και μου λένε πολλές φορές, ναι, έχω ακούσει την εκπομπή, έχω λάβει γνώση από την εκπομπή και έρχονται για θέματα τα οποία τους αφορούν. Και είναι πάρα πολύ ευχάριστο. Ναι. Και μπράβο σας γι' αυτό, γιατί ναι, σημαίνει ότι κάνετε μια πολύ καλή δουλειά εδώ και μπράβο σας.
Χάρηκα πάρα πολύ, ευχαριστώ και θα τα πούμε ραδιοφωνικώς πολύ σύντομα.
Βεβαίως, θα χαρώ πολύ.
Έχουμε μαζί μας τον διοργανωτή της εκδήλωσης αυτής, τον κύριο Σάβα Κυριακίδη, ο οποίος θα μας πει πώς αισθάνεται που και αυτή η εκδήλωση έχει φτάσει στο τέλος της. Είμαι σίγουρος ότι θα είναι ευχαριστημένος. Επιτυχημένη και σήμερα, κύριε Κυριακίδη, εκδήλωση. Πέστε μας τα δικά σας σχόλια.
Καταρχήν να ευχαριστήσω το Hellenic TV που μας δίνει την ευκαιρία να μιλήσουμε με το κοινό εδώ στην Μεγάλη Βρετανία και ειδικά στο Λονδίνο. Ήταν μια πετυχημένη εκδήλωση και πάλι. Ξεκινήσαμε το 2017. Είναι αυτή η 8η φορά που το οργανώνουμε και βλέπουμε τον κόσμο να μας αγκαλιάζει. Τώρα έχουμε ήδη 230 members, 231 συγκεκριμένα members στο association μας, από την Κύπρο, από την Αγγλία και μερικά από αυτά στην Ελλάδα και σε άλλες χώρες. Ανοίγουμε νέους διαδρόμους, επιχειρηματικούς διαδρόμους επικοινωνίας για τις επιχειρήσεις που μας εκτιμούν και έρχονται και ενώνονται μαζί μας. Και όπως βλέπετε και σήμερα ήταν αρθρώα η προσέλευση του κόσμου, καλύψαμε διάφορα θέματα που αφορούν τόσο την Κύπρο όσο και το Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο.
Θα ήθελα να σας ρωτήσω, επειδή κάνετε την διαδιοργάνωση και στην Κύπρο και εδώ, οι συμμετέχοντες σε αυτές τις εκδηλώσεις όπως είναι η σημερινή, είναι συμμετέχοντες οι οποίοι συμμετέχουν και στην Κύπρο ή αποκλειστικά είναι για αυτή την εκδήλωση?
Μερικές από τις εταιρείες που λαμβάνουν μέρος σαν χορηγοί και ομιλητές μπορούν να συμμετέχουν και στα δύο συνέδρια, αν και οι περισσότερες είναι διαφορετικές. Υπάρχουν μερικές όμως που είναι ίδιες. Όμως ο κόσμος που έρχονται και το παρακολουθούν είναι σίγουρα διαφορετικός. Δηλαδή εδώ είναι περισσότεροι κάτοικοι του Λονδίνου. Εκεί είναι Κύπροι. Στον τελευταίο University Λεμεσόν είχαμε 216 άτομα που ήταν για μένα κάτι το απίστευτο. Μας αγκάγιασε ο κόσμος εκεί. Μπορώ να πω στην Κύπρο 2 event έχουμε κάνει μέχρι τώρα. 2 annual events. Ενώ εδώ είναι το 8ο. Και μπορώ να σας πω τώρα ότι έχουμε κάποιες εκπλήξεις για τον νέο χρόνο, κάποια events σε άλλες χώρες που θα συμμετέχουν και οι Κύπροι και οι Βρετανοί και ακόμη έναν στο Λονδίνο τον Μάιο που θα έχουμε σε συνεργασία με έναν άλλο association εντελώς διαφορετικών εθνικοτήτων που θα προσφέρουμε ένα νέο business network platform σε εταιρείες μας για να κάνουμε ακόμα περισσότερες business connections.
Το association σας, κύριε Κυριακίδη, δέχεται συνέχεια καινούργια μέλη. Είμαι σίγουρος γι' αυτό. Υπάρχει χρέωση για τα members και πώς λειτουργεί, πώς μπορεί κάποιος να γίνει μέλος του association?
Η χρονιά συνδρομή για ένα μέλος είναι 250 στερλίνες, που αν το σκεφτείτε είναι περίπου 20 λίρες το μήνα. Για το τι προσφέρουμε, μπορώ να σας πω ότι δεν καλύπτουν τα έξοδα. Δηλαδή, προσφέρουμε introductions από εταιρεία σε εταιρεία. Μπορεί να γίνουμε να πούμε και 10, 20 και 50 introductions το χρόνο, αναλόγως και με το ενδιαφέρον της εταιρείας που συνεργάζεται μαζί μας. Επίσης, διοργανώνουμε κάποια gatherings μεταξύ των μελών μας. Έχουμε μια μηνιαία εφημερίδα, η οποία είναι ηλεκτρονική και εντελώς δωρεάν, δηλαδή το να βάλει κάποιες ανακοινώσεις, κάποια articles ή δικηγόροι για παράδειγμα. Έχουμε επίσης το website μας που πάνω μπορούν να έχουν τον banner τους και διάφορα άλλα promotion που κάνουμε μέσω των social media. Οπότε από αυτόν τον τομέα μπορώ να σας πω ότι μπορώ να ζημιώνουμε, αλλά είναι ο ένας τρόπος να φέρουμε τα μέλη μέσω με το να κρατήσουμε ένα χαμηλό annual membership. Μπορώ να πω ότι η εταιρεία μας, το association μας, προσβλέπει σε αυτά τα μεγάλα συνέδρια και σε άλλες εκδηλώσεις που κάνουμε, όπως για παράδειγμα να σας πω την Τετάρτη έχουμε έναν event το οποίο κάνει μια κυπριακή εταιρεία, ένα δικηγορικό γραφείο στο Βόρειο Λονδίνο για να ενημερώσει τους Κύπριους που είναι εδώ για διάφορες διευκολύνσεις που έχουν στην Κύπρο ή για παράδειγμα σχέση με το περιουσιακά τους, με το διαβατήριο τους, με το ταυτότητα τους, κάποιες περιουσίες που έχουν στα κατεχόμενα και τι γίνεται με αυτές τις περιουσίες. Οπότε είναι καλό να προωθούμε αυτές τις εταιρείες και ταυτόχρονα είναι καλό για τον κόσμο στην Αγγλία να παρακολουθεί αυτά τα συνέδρια, γιατί ενημερώνεται και μπορεί να αποφύγει διάφορα λάθη που μπορεί να κάνει και να τις στοιχήσουν πάρα πολλά λεφτά, ακόμα και περιουσίες αν δεν είναι γνώστης και πέσει σε κάποιον απατεώνα.
Επ' αυτού να σας ευχαριστήσουμε που μας καλέσατε, ευχαριστούμε για την πρόσκληση και ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για την πολύ όμορφη εξυπηρέτηση και τη φιλοξενία και να ευχηθούμε κάθε επιτυχία σε όλες τις διοργανώσεις και ευελπιστούμε στην πρόσκλησή σας για την επόμενη εκδήλωση που θα γίνει στην Κύπρο. Εύχομαι να μπορέσουμε να είμαστε παρόν και εμείς εκεί.
Γιατί όχι, θα είναι μια καλή συνέχεια σε αυτό που προσφέρεται και στο κοινό τους Κύπριους και Ελλαδίτες εδώ στο Λονδίνο, να γνωρίσουν και τα συνέδρια μας στην Κύπρο, γιατί άλλο να έρθουν να τα παρακολουθήσουν και αυτοί, γιατί πιστεύω ότι δεν είναι μόνο οι επιχειρηματίες που μπορούν και οι επαγγελματίες που μπορούν να επωφεληθούν από αυτά τα συνεδρία, αλλά και ο απλός κόσμος που μπορεί να μάθει πράγματα που ούτε καν τα έχει ακούσει ποτέ του. Σας ευχαριστώ και πάλι για την ευκαιρία που μας δώσατε.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε. Να είστε καλά και κάθε επιτυχία.